Mysterious symptoms, eye injuries, runny noses. This story's pretty crazy. Earlier in the morning, I covered this on my morning show that there were about 6 people suffering these injuries after attending a Trump rally. The Blaze is now reporting it's up to around 20 individuals who have these mysterious symptoms, and they're investigating a possible chemical attack. One woman said that after attending the rally, her eyes became irritated. She went to the hospital.
What?
Mysterious symptoms, eye injuries, runny noses. This story's pretty crazy. Earlier in the morning, I covered this on my morning show that there were about 6 people suffering these injuries after attending a Trump rally. The Blaze is now reporting it's up to around 20 individuals who have these mysterious symptoms, and they're investigating a possible chemical attack. One woman said that after attending the rally, her eyes became irritated. She went to the hospital, and they said that, have you been sprayed by something? Because it looks like this might be a chemical spray of some sort. Now, some people speculated that it could be UV lights. They were not properly installed or something happened. We don't know for sure, but we will be talking about that. Plus, we got some funny stories where the Fed chair admits that illegal immigration is causing high unemployment. Ha ha. And then we're going to talk about cultural endeavors. We do have a bunch of other stories for sure, but we're going to be talking about Matt Walsh's Am I Racist, as well as some other cultural shows like Disney's new Marvel show, Agatha All Along, where they say it's a gay explosion. So we're going to be talking about how to win a culture war, what's going on culturally, and some of the stories around that. Before we get started, my friends, check it out. The new song is going live. Pre-orders available now. Go to buycominghome.com, and you can pre-order the new song by us here at Timcast, produced by Carter Banks, featuring Phil Labonte of All That Remains. And this song is about an individual who is coming home to find out what his country has turned into. And I think it's very much a true story that represents the sentiment of many people who went away for whatever reason, came home, and saw the, I don't know, if you could look at San Francisco, the feces all over the streets, the homelessness, the crime, and the lies from their government, and all of this is a part of the song. Song will be out September 27th, but for now, you can pre-order on iTunes by going to Buy Coming Home. And of course, with your support, you buy the song, you play the song, you save the song. We'll smash those Billboard charts, but don't forget to also head over to castbrew.com, buy some Cast Brew coffee. Look at Alex Stein yelling. He's a crazy guy. And also go to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member, because we're going to have a fun, members-only, uncensored show where you as members get to call in and talk to all of us, hang out with us and the guests, and give us your questions. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all of your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more, we got Matt Walsh.
Great to be here. Look, we're heading into our second weekend of release with the film, and feeling good. We're picking up momentum, and we've got word of mouth, which we're a little tiny underdog story with our film up against the big guys. So it's a word of mouth operation, and I'm feeling pretty good about it.
We got your producer here from the movie as well, Ben Capel.
How you guys doing?
And you were paid reparations.
Yeah, about $30. So I'm still looking to make up that shortfall. If you guys have any cash on you, I would appreciate it. Matt doesn't pay very well, so.
Well, I paid him reparations also in that scene, if you saw, but I took mine back when the cameras turned off.
Matt Walsh, the Indian Giver.
Actually,
what did you spend your reparations on?
So I gave 5 of it to our lovely producer Sean Hampton, works on the film, produces Matt's show, amazing guy. Gave 5 of it to the brilliant director Justin Folk, and I have $20 of it hanging in my office at home.
Oh.
You're hanging it up?
Yeah. Well, I was considering spending it, but I just felt like Judas, spending the 30 shekels of silver.
It's too bad you could be like, can you autograph it for me?
It's going to be hanging in the Smithsonian one of these days. Okay,
Right on. Well, guys, it's going to be a blast. Thanks so much for hanging out. We got Mary Morgan hanging out.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be back. My name is Mary. I'm on Pop Culture Crisis here at Timcast. We're a deeply unserious show, but I'm always happy to be invited on the serious show here.
There you go. Yeah, very serious. Hannah Claire's hanging out, of course.
I'm Hannah Claire Bremla. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. I'm also happy to co-host. I'm happy everyone's in the room tonight. Let's get started.
Before all the fun, we're going to be serious, because we got this crazy story from The Blaze. Mysterious symptoms reportedly strike about 20 attendees of Trump rally, campaign investigating possible chemical attack. They say attendees at a Trump rally in Tucson, Arizona reportedly experienced mysterious symptoms suspected of being a chemical attack. The incident was reported in the independent news outlet, the Arizona Globe. The report says that about 20 people in the Latinos for Trump group who appeared on stage experienced the symptoms shortly after the rally ended. Alarmingly, the group appeared on the side of the stage where former President Donald Trump made his entry to the rally. Among the symptoms of the affected members, reported to the Arizona Globe, were blurred vision, facial swelling, severe eye pain, which appeared about 30 minutes after the rally ended. Some self-treated with milk before seeking treatment at a hospital. Another said his face turned red and experienced peeling. When they went to the hospital, they were told by staff that others from the rally were there seeking treatment. One person was told by a doctor that she was suffering from a chemical burn after the doctor performed a dye test. That person still suffered from light sensitivity and blurry vision days later. Christy Kelly, the reporter who broke the story at the Amazon Globe, gave an exclusive comment to The Blaze, providing more details, saying, I personally spoke to at least 8 Latino Trump supporters who were affected at the Tucson rally. They are passionate patriots, deeply concerned about President Trump's continued well-being and their own recovery, and are demanding a thorough investigation into what happened at the event. The injuries they experienced vary, but the people I spoke to all sought medical treatment afterward. I have reviewed 2 medical reports that confirm these injuries, and the attendees are united in their desire for accountability from the venue. Despite their personal health struggles, their focus remains on supporting former President Donald Trump. Now, right away, I'll just say this. I think the most diehard Trump supporters are going to suspect there was some foul play. Someone's trying to target Donald Trump. We're looking at 2 assassination attempts now. I don't think that's completely unreasonable. I do think it's also fair to point out, this sounds like it could be UV, facial swelling, peeling, turning red, blurry vision. Could this be like ultraviolet light? They were standing there and it was burning their faces and skin. Some people reported runny noses. I don't know.
Was it out? Did they say it was an outdoor rally?
I think it was indoor.
He's been doing most of his rallies indoors since the first assassination attempt.
Yeah.
It's odd to me, and I don't want to, create panic. We obviously don't know what's going on. It does seem like the reporter who broke the story is doing the best they can to make sure they're fact checking. It creeps me out that during the debate, Kamala Harris was like, "No one goes to the rallies. The rallies are bad." Like there is this sort of anti-Trump rally sentiment coming, and maybe this is sort of another aspect of like they don't want people to see Trump speak in person because he is captivating, because he is charismatic. And so if there are rumors that there are injuries or dangers or whatever, they're hoping that will deter people from turning out for him.
Yeah, I'll say that if this story was popping up 2 months ago, I would be pretty sure that something happened and it wasn't a deliberate attack. But living in a world where they've tried to kill Trump twice now, you can't dismiss anything like this. And, we were talking off air a little bit, just the simple fact that the last assassination attempt was on Sunday, and now it's, Thursday now? And it's like it might as well have happened 5 years ago.
Yeah.
The news has completely moved on. And it's like, if this did turn out to be an actual chemical attack against Trump supporters, that's another one. That should be the only thing we're talking about for the next month. But that story would last about 24 hours, and then the media would bury it.
The fact that this story isn't breaking news on every cable channel. 20 attendees are experiencing facial swelling, blurred vision. One woman reported that she was blinded for days. How is this not the lead story? I mean, also, couldn't MSNBC be running this as an anti-Trump story, being like Trump doesn't take care of his attendees? I mean, the reality is the story is too in the direction of someone is attacking Donald Trump and his supporters. And even if the left tried to paint this as the venue screwed up and it's, Trump is stupid or whatever, it still sounds too much like there's a bunch of bad things and violence directed towards the right, not the left.
Which they don't want Trump to seem sympathetic at all, so they can't talk about anything that happens. They can't talk about the effects on the rally goers, and they can't talk about the assassination attempt. I mean, really, we were still talking about the Butler assassination attempt at this point in the week in July, but instead, with the second attempt, they're saying, well, does it even really count? The potential shooter didn't fire off a round. Let's just stop talking about it. They gave more airtime to Donald Trump saying they're eating the dogs than they did to the second assassination attempt of a former president. That's crazy to me.
I do love that we're qualifying assassination attempts now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, how close did he really get?
The guy just had a gun and was on the golf course. I mean, what do you guys want us to do?
I mean, the scary thing about the second attempt is this guy was a moron. And if he was in any way slightly smarter, so he stuck the barrel of his SKS through the fence, and the Secret Service, this is what I understand to have happened, they saw the barrel sticking out, and the reporting was they're trained to look for straight objects in trees because trees are not straight objects. If he had pulled back in the tree line and kept the barrel of his weapon hidden, concealed, I don't know if they would have stopped. They would have caught him. They didn't do a perimeter sweep. Either way, I'll say this. The fact that when the first assassination happened, it wasn't every radio station in the country, every television channel said, ladies and gentlemen, the former president has been shot. He is okay. The bullet only grazed him. Nobody cared. Nobody even knew it happened for, like, some people didn't hear about it until a day or two later.
Yeah, it should. For me, it's one of those moments that you'll always remember where you were when you heard it. Because I distinctly remember, because we were on vacation, I was out fishing, and my wife came out and told me. And it's like, it should be one of those moments. It's just one of those moments in American history that you remember for the rest of your life. But of course, the media doesn't want that. And the other thing too, that one of the reasons why they want to bury this stuff is that, and I was thinking about this when I was watching Trump on Gutfeld yesterday, which, by the way, is like, even his ability to sit in that environment and just kind of talk to people in a really casual way completely separates him from Kamala. Kamala could never do that. But it just this guy has real physical courage in a way that we never see from politicians anymore. If that were me and I was doing some YAF event and I got shot, I don't think I'd be out 2 months later doing another one. And if I got shot again,
Two days later,
almost shot again. Yeah, right.
Trump shows up at the RNC with a patch on his ear. His family too, and my attitude was like, Mr. President, take a day off. We're cool. Like, it's all right. You know, you took a bullet to the ear. People died, but his kid, the Trump family, and Trump himself were still there. And on the Gutfeld point, there was a great moment in Gutfeld where he asks him, "Tell me something that, you know, like a fact people don't know about you." And then Trump laughs and says, "Oh, we don't need any scandals right now. You know, we're trying to win an election. We're up in the polls. Let's not." He's having. It sounds real, and this is the meme of, like, you know, they make these movies and these tropes where a comedian who becomes president because he talks like a regular guy. And then when Trump does it, they're screeching that he's a Nazi, that he's a fascist, that he's evil. They try to kill him twice. And by they, I mean anti-Trump individuals. I'm not implying there's a specific group of people controlling things or whatever. But there are psychotic individuals.
Although it could be a specific group, who knows?
I was going to say, the weird thing about the second assassination attempt is how tied into this freak of an individual was in pretty senior Ukrainian groups.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's...
Yeah.
He's not just a random guy. He is someone with a specific political bent.
Yeah, and one who seems to, I'm not, assuming there's a conspiracy here, but one who had, like, access to Democratic politicians in the U.S. and was going to Ukraine pretty frequently. It's just bizarre how close some of these psychos are to...
I mean, why aren't you assuming conspiracy theories?
Well, because I try not to get sued.
That's a good reason to do it.
Fair enough.
No, I mean, what conspiracy theory on the assassinations is there to entertain, right? I don't think that anything we would reasonably discern from the second assassination attempt could warrant what we described as a conspiracy theory. So, of course, I said on my show when this happens, you've got a guy who reportedly has a Ukrainian service contract. We don't know if it's for him or someone else. But according to Semaphore, he has actually sought to recruit individuals to join the International Volunteer Coalition in Ukraine. That being said, if this guy has fought in Ukraine, according to Newsweek, according to Semaphore, was recruiting, we absolutely must investigate possible Ukrainian official capacity in the attempt. And that is not to say I believe Ukraine was involved. It's to say that any reasonable person would at least say, well, okay, this is where the guy was coming from. How does he travel? Where does he get the money for these weapons? Why don't we go and ask? And here's the funny thing. I get these liberal journalists being like, oh, he's pushing conspiracy theories, anti-Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, journalists actually asked Ukrainian officials this exact question. And they responded with, we don't know this guy, we disavow. So my question wasn't even unreasonable.
I didn't read into this too deeply, but wasn't the guy also known for getting into armed standoffs with local police?
He had 2 previous convictions, and one was for possession of weapons of mass destruction. I mean, I think
like
the issue is that he is...
Oh.
You're trying to blind us with your flashlight over there? You need more attention? The movie's not enough?
He was trying to tell me in a professional way, and I just...
That's okay.
He was like,
ruined it.
these hand gestures mean nothing to me.
He's a big star now. He doesn't need your hand gestures. No, I mean, I think the reality is we are going to get as little information about this second person who plotted to kill President Trump as the media and whatever government agencies can possibly give us, right? They'll give us something to say, well, we're not incompetent, but they do not want to talk about any potential connection to a foreign government, any sort of political motive. And I think that only increases American distrust in these institutions that are saying, no, the FBI today was saying, we're devoting all of our resources to investigating this.
Yeah. Well, what I would say about that is it's perfectly possible there are conspiracies for both of these things, or they're connected. I mean, who knows? We can't dismiss any of that. But also, it's also true that Trump's enemies are setting up a situation where you would expect random people to start trying to shoot him. I mean, this is what happens when you relentlessly propagandize and tell the American public for like 10 years that this guy is Hitler incarnate. He's a dictator. He wants to destroy democracy. He's a danger and a threat to the whole world. So when you say that about somebody relentlessly for a decade, this is exactly what happens. It's exactly what you would expect.
The left calls that stochastic terrorism.
Right. That's the. But only
they
what
came up with a name for their own actions.
That's right,
Exactly,
indeed.
yeah.
A thing that we don't see happening in the other direction. Elon Musk is actually he's getting I don't know if you guys heard this. He's being probed. That's the word they like to use. He's being probed.
It's uncomfortable.
We don't have
Makes
to
me
use that word
uncomfortable.
though.
Investigated.
Let's use that. Yeah.
They said FBI launches probe into Elon Musk because he tweeted something like, no one's trying to assassinate Biden or Kamala. He deleted it, said it was a joke. I don't think he should have said it was a joke because it wasn't. I think the point he was making is that as crazy as things are, you've got people like Whoopi Goldberg saying it's just one side, it's Trump. You've got the media saying Trump's a threat to democracy. And he's like, yeah, but they're only trying, like, there's no right-wingers going after Kamala or Biden.
Right.
Like, heaven forbid, we don't want any of that to happen. We don't want Trump to be targeted. I don't want Biden or Kamala or anybody to be attacked in this way. But Elon's point, I think, is apt.
Yep, the people with all the guns are not taking shots at. It's
Right.
And you would think the politicians
chilling.
that are also being protected by Secret Service, aka Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, would say, we really want this agency to function well. We're going to talk about this nonstop until people feel like it is a trustworthy institution. But instead, they're like, we don't know. Could be anything.
I want to pull up this tweet here from Jack Posobiec. He says, breaking bulletproof project update. Matt Gaetz reveals there are 5 assassination teams targeting President Trump per a DHS source on American soil. I've not yet reviewed this video. I want to give a shout out to Token Black Guy, our super chatter on Tim Castaro, who made me aware of this. We'll play this video clip for you now of Representative Matt Gaetz.
And I'll break a little news for you. I had a senior official from the Department of Homeland Security in my office before the second assassination attempt saying that what he has assessed is that there are 5 known assassination teams in the United States, 3 inspired by other governments, 2 that are here that are known domestic assassination teams. And with that, this individual was coming to me concerned that the force protection around President Trump, even prior to that second assassination attempt, was not sufficient for what it needed to be. And the coordination at that level, at the dignitary protection level, is like the bare minimum that we have to do to keep our presidents, our presidential candidates safe while they're on the trail.
So there are 5, I just want to follow up, 5 assassination teams. Are they all targeting Trump? Is it other officials?
Yes. No, I should have been clear about that. 5 teams that we know are targeting Trump. And so that raises real questions about why certain teams were being pulled off of the Trump detail and put on, for example, the Jill Biden detail. Now, we don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden, but at the same time, the threat envelope for her was substantially different than the threat envelope around President Trump, and it would not have necessitated pulling assets away from the Trump detail for the Jill Biden detail or the John Bolton detail or any other details that were beefed up. At the same time, the requests from the Trump detail and from the Trump campaign for more security were going unanswered. And
Yeah, they're saying that, Trump's not the president, so he's not going to get this level of security. With what Matt Gaetz is saying right now, that they know he is being targeted by at least 5 teams, I have to wonder for what reason then would they deny him extra security?
Well, Biden kind of passed it off on Congress, right? The day after, he said, I'm glad, President Trump is safe and secure, and Secret Service should get more resources. And he's basically saying that's something that Congress has to authorize more funding to do. I mean, so often it seems like when the federal or when the executive branch could step in and do something, they're like, But those crazy Republicans in the legislative branch, like there's nothing we can do. They're ruining our lives. It's I think a level of irresponsibility. They don't want to be accountable for the situations they're creating.
Yeah, this is the most likely conspiracy that I can see is just this, that they are not doing everything that they could be doing and should be doing to protect Trump because they don't actually care if he lives. And that, there's different, we talk about conspiracies, there's different levels of, the highest level would be there's actually in the government, they're conspiring to take him out. There's that. But then there's several degrees down, and somewhere you end up in a situation where they say, well, why do we don't want to keep him alive, so we're not going to make the effort to do it.
Yeah, it's sort of the sit back, wait, and eventually something bad happens if no one's paying attention. When the first attack happened, I asked 3 questions. Does Trump derangement syndrome exist? Obviously, the answer is yes. Are there Democrats who would prefer it if Trump were to have lost his life? The answer to that is yes. We actually had polling come out. I think it was YouGov. Maybe it wasn't YouGov, but there was a poll came out that said 28% of Democrats said yes to this. That's terrifying. And the third question is it possible that some of the people who work in government, in federal law enforcement, are some of these Democrats who suffer from TDS? Well, the answer is yes, of course. I mean, it'd be absurd not to assume that. And that being the case, you have to wonder about how someone like this Crooks guy is able to, I don't know, fly a drone over Trump's rally, bring a weapon into Trump's rally, sneak in behind the building, how there was no security on top of the building, how they spotted him, 3 hours, 1 hour, 27 minutes, 10 minutes, and 2 minutes before anything happened, identifying him each time. Nothing gets done. Trump was released from holding with an active threat on the field. Nothing was done. Trump wasn't pulled from the stage. 2 minutes. They had 2 minutes from when people spotted the gun and they didn't pull him from the stage. I'm like, makes me wonder how that's possible. I mean, because if those things are all coincidences, y'all better go buy some lottery tickets because you're going to win.
So I think it was Richard Blumenthal or some Democratic senator from Connecticut. Yeah, who went out and made a statement, and this is a Dem saying this, that it's hard not to look at this and saying that the federal government wasn't trying to get Trump killed. He's
expressing really serious frustration. He's been doing it for a couple of weeks, but more recently was saying, the Department of Homeland Security is stonewalling us. I mean, this is an interesting division to have crop up. I think that the Democrats also want answers because there is sort of a rogue division, even among people they would normally look at as their allies. They're just not cooperating that well.
What do you think, Matt? What do you think is going to happen in the next couple of months? We got, 47 days until the election?
What do I think is going to happen politically on the election?
Well, so I'll put it this way. People are saying October surprise. What's it going to be? Well, there were 2 assassination attempts.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard. You would think if this is all being scripted out, then we're in for some great season finale here. But it's kind of like the craziest things have already happened. I mean, you had the incumbent president drop out basically under force. You had 2 assassination attempts to go along with everything else. I wonder if there's a kind of exhaustion that's setting in with the American public, just because we've had such a, it's the most insane presidential campaign, certainly in my lifetime, maybe in American history, at least in modern American history, I think certainly. Is there a certain amount of exhaustion that sets in? And then what effect does that have come election day? Who does that, if people start kind of tuning it out because it's just too much, who does that help? I'm not exactly sure. Well,
what's wild is that after Trump was shot in the side of the head, grazed the side of his head, everybody said Trump just won the election.
Yeah, I said the same thing.
But now everyone's saying Kamala just won the election. The debate was bad. It's like the assassination attempt never even happened.
Yeah.
2 of them.
Well, they just created a new election by swapping her out, right? I mean, They were saying not only was Trump ahead, but also on top of his crushing performance in the debate against Joe Biden, who basically just powered down in front of us, this assassination attempt and his response to it was so powerful. And so they were just like, okay, we've changed our minds, new characters, swap them in. And I tend to agree with you. I think there is an exhaustion among Americans. I think that there is an oversaturation of politics. But also, I think Democrats have now run their 4th anti-Trump campaign. They don't really have candidates that people are rallying around. Actually, I think Hillary Clinton was the one who had the most sort of star power. And then they put in Joe Biden, then there was a second Joe Biden campaign, and now there's the Harris campaign. And the theme is always not like we have the best candidates and they will really represent you. It's you cannot elect Donald Trump. He's a danger to everything at all times.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about this all the time, but the probably the most salient, the most important political fact in America right now is that nothing matters for more than 48 hours. If anything happened more than 2 days ago, it basically doesn't matter. And I don't even know, how do you run a campaign in this environment with this kind of ADHD and there's a million things happening and no one pays attention, and an assassination attempt can happen and it has no political impact. It doesn't even affect the polls. I'm not sure how you run a political campaign in that environment.
There's this idea that my bad.
I was confused because you were talking about, wasn't
I know. You heard my voice without.
Yeah, that was I thought I was having a stroke. But so really what it means is that by the time we get to election day, it's impossible to predict because we kind of have to know what happens that week, because that's probably going to be.
So do you
what
think
determines
that's
it.
when, the Harris Wallace campaign will release whatever serious bomb they have hiding? Is that when the Trump campaign's going to ramp
no
up?
way
They would
have a bomb.
Right.
I don't think so either.
At this point, we know everything about Trump that there is to know. They've been trying to destroy his life for 10 years now. Trump is remarkably uncorrupt, because you would think you take any politician, anybody, especially anyone who's been to the level that Trump has, and you pour through their life for years at a time, looking for anything you can to destroy them. You would think you'd be able to find a lot worse than they've been able to find on Trump. And I think whatever there is on Trump, it's out there, it's been out there, it's known, it's baked in. So it's hard for me to imagine they have any kind of October surprise up their sleeve.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly think they'll try something, but yeah, with 2 assassination attempts, with Joe Biden dropping out, with the Teamsters now overwhelmingly supporting Trump, I cannot fathom what we would see. I wouldn't be surprised if aliens showed up or something. I have no idea.
I can only hope.
We can only hope.
That's my dream.
We need to
aliens
get
show up.
a soap opera writer to come on and be like, we know somebody's going to have an evil twin and they're going to appear.
You're big on UFOs, right?
Yeah, we could talk about that if you want. We could. I mean, if you want to start that conversation.
I wish Shane was here because he's our UFO guy. He knows everything. But we'll have to save that conversation for maybe when the aliens come.
Do you not believe
in October?
Are you pro or anti?
Well, pro anti what? Do I believe in aliens?
Yeah, that they
God's
exist.
side project.
That they exist.
That's an American Dad joke, so I stole that one. I think it's plausible. I would say that I think it is likely they do, that aliens do exist, but no and don't. I think it's silly to say absolutely not. They don't. I think that's silly because you got to do the experiments. You got to have the evidence. I think based on the evidence, it suggests there's a possibility of it, but I don't know. You think aliens are here and they're doing stuff?
I don't know if they're here, but I think it's almost a mathematical certainty that they.
Right, I agree. But wouldn't that just be, like I was saying, God's side project, or how would that play into things?
Well, I don't know if that's the thing. We can't exactly know how it factors into God's grand design, but we are mere mortals after all.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter what, there's so much in the universe that we cannot even possibly comprehend.
Well, I'll say this: with as insane as this political cycle has been, you get everyone making the joke. They were making it last year. They're making it this year. That the writers of this new season of reality have run out of things to write about. The joke being that life has become so absurd that certainly we are in a simulation or some kind of TV show entertainment for somebody.
Yeah. I mean, and also it's made people so, that's kind of what I was saying before, it's made people so jaded that they're just kind of bored with it all and not able to pay attention to any of it.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people who'll be watching a show for years, but they'll be like, but that 5th season just kind of went off the rails, so I stopped watching. I mean, that is sort of what I think might be happening to the American voting population. They know Trump. They know you hate him. You're not giving them enough on Kamala Harris, and now there are too many side plots that they just don't want to follow.
There's a key demographic for Harris really siding with her that we haven't talked about, and that's white dudes. White dudes.
A lot of
for
them.
Harris. Yeah, it's like 12 of them.
I know.
There's
Big
dozens
number.
of them.
Mm-hmm.
Dozens.
There's
really.
a dozen of them.
Yeah.
They could fill most of a conference room.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm really scared.
Actually, didn't they have like 100,000 people on their Zoom call or something?
Alleged. But how many of them were actually white dudes is the question.
Right?
I think that was mostly white. Yeah, women.
Something about them calling themselves dudes instead of men.
Right.
It's very emasculating.
They don't have
and
any
very telling.
self-respect.
They don't care.
It's very telling about how they see themselves.
There was this viral tweet recently, Matt. I don't know if you saw where an NPR there was an NPR interview, and some of the guys were talking about they got their testosterone levels checked, and one guy's testosterone was 114. All right, so anybody who knows anything about that, that person is ill.
What is it supposed to be?
Well, I mean, should be. They say between
What's the average?
I think the average is like 500 to 600, maybe. Okay. And low end, that's considered healthy, but kind of alarming. They say it's around like 3, and very healthy and very, 1,000. I forgot what it was like, NG, whatever. I don't know what the actual term is. But really, you want to be high. Like if you're a guy, you want, I don't know, 800, you want 1,000. You want a high testosterone.
High now is like average 50 years ago.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. Like 50 years ago, people had super high testosterone levels. Now you've got, unsurprisingly, a host at NPR being like, I got my testosterone checked. It was 114. And you're like,
why would you say that?
Yeah,
publicly?
it's the thing. It's a very low T move to announce your low T to the.
there you go.
Yeah.
It's kind of terrifying.
They call themselves white dudes as like a diminutive term.
Because
I'm just a little white dude.
Right, because saying white men is it's almost too strong a term for them, so
Yeah.
they don't want to say that. They just put out. Did you see the ad they just put out today? The White Dudes for Harris.
They put an ad out.
Yeah, they did. They just put it out today, and it's.
Do I pull it up?
I think you should, because it's of course it's unintentionally hilarious.
All right, let's see if we can find it.
Yeah, I retweeted it. I don't know, or you could probably just search for it.
I think it's crazy how much Kamala Harris wants the white
Is
vote.
it the
and won't talk
proud?
about
Is it proud to unveil the first ad from White Dudes for Harris?
Yeah.
Oh man, you're making me do it. All right. Here we go. We got this tweet from White Dudes for Harris. Proud to unveil the very first ad from White Dudes for Harris. We're coming together to support Kamala Harris, focusing directly on talking to white dudes about our role in this election. This is just the beginning. We're showing up, speaking out, and standing for what matters. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to unmute this because I
we
really
gotta hear this. Come on.
I didn't want to.
Hey, white dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't. All they've ever done is screw us over. But if you're not on the MAGA train, where do you go? Isn't it just swapping out one crappy option for another? Then it hit me. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter. And honestly, I think Harris and Walz are the ones to make that happen.
Oh boy. minerals. We require more 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 minerals.
Been waiting on you.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. 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 Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. 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 Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. more minerals.
End of the day, you're your own man.
People had super high testosterone levels. Now you've got, unsurprisingly, a host at NPR being like, I got my testosterone checked. It was 114. And you're like,
Why would you say that?
Yeah, it's a very, it's the thing. It's a very low T move to announce your low T to the.
there you go.
Yeah.
It's kind of terrifying.
They call themselves white dudes as like a diminutive term. I'm just a little white dude.
Right, because saying white men is it's almost too strong a term for them, so they don't want to say that. They just put out. Did you see the ad they just put out today? The White Dudes for Harris.
They put an ad out.
Yeah, they did. They just put it out today, and it's.
Do I pull it up?
I think you should, because it's of course it's unintentionally hilarious.
All right, let's see if we can find it.
Yeah, I retweeted it. I don't know, or you could probably just search for it.
I think it's crazy how much Kamala Harris wants the white
Is
vote.
it the proud? Is it proud to unveil the first ad from White Dudes for Harris?
Yeah.
Oh man, you're making me do it. All right. Here we go. We got this tweet from White Dudes for Harris. Proud to unveil the very first ad from White Dudes for Harris. We're coming together to support Kamala Harris, focusing directly on talking to white dudes about our role in this election. This is just the beginning. We're showing up, speaking out, and standing for what matters. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to unmute this because I really
hear this. Come on.
I didn't want to.
Hey, white dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't. All they've ever done is screw us over. But if you're not on the MAGA train, where do you go? Isn't it just swapping out one crappy option for another? Then it hit me. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter. And honestly, I think Harris and Walz are the ones to make that happen. End of the day, you're your own man. It's your call. But if anyone gives you crap about it, tell them it's none of their damn business.
Wow.
Well, so that explains why the Teamsters are backing Donald Trump.
I think whoever wrote that commercial has never met a white man. I just don't think they have.
It's a commercial for men, like written by women. You can already tell. And but I don't know. It speaks like they said damn. They said crap. They said
lectures,
BS.
no BS, no nagging GF.
I mean, I feel like if they wanted to make an actual ad, it would be like, hey, vote Kamala. That would be it. Like, nobody's got time. We don't need to
cut to the chase.
Don't waste my time.
Kamala's even married to one of us.
But, it's funny because you said it's written by women. And you ever see that comedy bit where a guy says, so a buddy of mine, he's going through a divorce and things have been rough. And, I guess he's going to get back into dating. So we go golfing. When I come home, my wife says, so how is he? And I go, I don't know. And she was like, what do you mean? Weren't you golfing together? Yeah. Well, is he seeing somebody? He goes, didn't come up. She's like, you don't know anything about your friend? And he's like, we don't talk about it. Like, that bit was funny to everyone because they know guys aren't going and meeting up and talking about these things. Hey, Kamala Harris, she ain't lecturing guys like me. White dudes like you, we should go vote for her. They're going to be like, what are you talking about, dude? Shut up. The game's on.
But again, the writer's room has never met a white man. They don't know them at all. And the white men that they hang out with are completely compliant to their will. I mean, the thing is, Kamala Harris wants white men to vote for her. And I know this because they're now courting Mormons in Arizona. Mormons, overwhelmingly white. And they're trying to say, no, she represents your values better than Donald Trump.
I just want to point out, this ad is paid for by Beige Rainbow Pack.
What?
What is that? Beige Rainbow?
Hold on. They're just making fun of white people.
Seriously.
Sounds like I mean, to me, it's the ad sounds like it's like in the style of like an anti-drug commercial that they would show you in high school. That's trying to sound really cool and
hello, fellow youths.
Right, exactly. Or I mean, I don't know if this was made by women, but it's the kind of ad that some liberal woman will show her boyfriend because she thinks that he'll like it, like that kind of thing. But even in an ad that's supposed to appeal to men, you notice that the first 15 seconds are still dumping on men.
Yeah.
They can't even appeal to men without going, well, yeah, look, I mean, some men suck. We all know that. Like, let's just get that out of the way. Men are terrible, but by the way, and then they get into the whole thing. So they can't even appeal to men without dumping them in.
I don't know if you could make an effective ad for men in general for Kamala, because she doesn't offer anything substantive to a man. And let me clarify that, because you may be saying, sure, but what do you mean? I mean, if I was going to make an ad that was literally about apolitical dudes who are sitting there, they don't want to be bothered, I'd be like, hey, you guys remember when Donald Trump called Rosie O'Donnell a fat pig? And they're going to laugh. And they're like, that's funny. And it's like, that's all you need to do. The guys are going to be sitting around, they're going to be ribbing on each other, they're joking, they're crude, they're crass. Kamala doesn't have anything that's going to make a guy laugh.
But also the problem they run into is that there is no room in the country where any white men are sitting around talking about how they like Kamala Harris. Like, men will talk about politics. I talk about politics with, all the time. But just that would never happen. You would never be hanging out with other guys and like, hey, Kamala Harris, she's really
She's presented a great plan.
Yeah,
Definitely not.
Her rhetoric is all about like safety, and I'm safe, and I'm your mamala. And women will flock to that.
Yeah.
Men don't respond
I think she's pretty intimidated by men. I think it's interesting that she won't sit down. Number one, that she picked Tim Walz, who is soy as you can get, as her VP, and then every time she tries to like say she's doing an interview, it's with female interviewers, and they're always mostly allowing.
But the
her to
governor
ask
is her
questions.
appeal to white guys, by the way. She's like, well, this guy
She clearly understands what appeals to white men.
knows how to eat a turkey leg, but also will put tampons in a men's restroom. Like,
But look at the ad the interview thing she did where she was like, do you eat food? And he's like, I have white guy tacos. And she's like, what's that? And he's like, beef. And she's like, what is that, tuna and mayonnaise? And he's like, beef with cheese. She's like, do you season it? No. Like, is that supposed to be endearing to white guys?
I don't season my tacos because I'm a stupit white guy.
Also, well, that's the whole claim that this is a side thing, but the claim that white people don't season their food. It's like, speak for yourself. I don't know what.
Matt,
There's been
are you
a huge
familiar with the
discourse
East
about
India?
Indian food.
Are you familiar with the East India Trading Company?
Yes.
White people massacred hundreds of thousands to season their food.
You're crazy about spices.
Yeah, seriously.
We literally will kill for our spice. That's how much we like them.
Black peppercorn was like the most valuable substance. And now he's like, I put pepper on it. It's like, okay, it's a start. But we all know the funny thing is he was lying, because he actually had some award-winning casserole recipe with
Like a
cayenne
taco.
and garlic.
Yeah.
And,
That's a really good. That's a good point. We fought and died for spices. Damn it! And now you're trying to take spices away from us.
or they want to, but this is part of the lie that they engage in. These woke, anti-racist, all these people very well, play this game where, it was only like 7 years ago, a big talking point was that white people have no culture. This was a huge thing they were saying. They're saying, no, white people have no culture. This is culture, and they'd point to, other ethnic groups. And then it's just like, what are you talking about? There's a whole bunch of cultures from people who are white. What is that supposed to mean? And they play this game where they say white doesn't mean the color of your skin. It doesn't mean you're of certain European countries. It means you're the dominant social group, which is to imply that Chinese people are white in China. That's the argument they make. And I'll give you a funny one on this. We had a running gag on this show when Luke Rudkowski was a recurring co-host. Luke Rudkowski has blonde hair and blue eyes. He's Polish. And according to an organization called the Coalition for Communities of Color, Polish people are people of color. So I'm sitting here, part Asian, and I don't count. I am not a person of color, and blonde hair, blue-eyed white dude is a person of color. That's their logic.
I agree with the sentiment that there's no such thing as white culture because it's just so broad and so absurd. Like, there's certainly such thing as an American culture, and that's something to participate in. There's something as German culture, Swedish culture, Nordic culture in general. But to just paint Europe and the West with a broad brush and be like, well, you whiteys have your own thing. Sure, when you guys have not nearly as much in common with, the average German walking around as you do.
But I think it's needlessly reductive. It's like there are white people who have certain cultural elements. When you come from Europe, there are certain things that are broadly shared, and there are certain things that are not. And it's just like, you can make the point you made. I think it's a point that, well, you can identify German culture, but I don't see. I don't know why they're so mad about saying, trying to make that a point.
I think it's like, but you can't have it both ways. I think that's because they try to have it both ways, because they'll say, well, there's no such thing as white culture, and then they'll give an answer much like what you said, that, well, yeah, you break it. I mean, you break it down by where did you come from, and yeah, there's an Irish culture. There's and okay, but then it's the same thing for black, because black is not, there's how many different countries could you come from to qualify as black according to our standards.
I agree with this. You know,
Right.
I was born in Ethiopia. You know, there is an Ethiopian cultural identity, and that is separate from, you know, I don't know what the hell black culture is besides a ridiculously degrading and reductive thing to say, but like, oh, well, I guess you're good at dancing and basketball.
Playing the bass.
Yeah, which, you know, I've tried my hand in.
Are you good at basketball?
No, I'm terrible.
Okay.
But the woke, these individuals claim there is black culture. It's hypocritical. It's
Right.
paradoxical.
Yeah, I could. So if we were going to say, well, okay, we're not talking about black culture, we're not talking about white culture, we're going to be more specific, so that the word culture has more meaning. Well, that's a consistent viewpoint. But when it's kind of inconsistent and we're just like taking a whole swath of people and say, well, they don't have culture at all, that's where it becomes an issue. Although I will say, just to bring it back to the white dudes for Harris, and I made this point before, that the way that they're appealing to white dudes, calling them white dudes, all of it, it's very silly, it's ridiculous. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's laughable. But it is still striking that still the Democrats are making a explicit, deliberate play for the white male vote.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Republicans, on the other hand, they would just never do that. They're not going to ever acknowledge white males as a distinct group or category.
That's weird.
Because they're scared of being called racist, or because they don't think it's worth their time because the votes are already coming in?
I think both. I think it's both, but it's mainly the first thing. I think that, but they will say. I mean, you'll hear from any Republican. Well, here's how we're going to help Black Americans. Here's how we're going to help women. Here's how we're going to help Asians. They'll say all that, and that's fine. But then there's this whole other category. Well, we're not going to specifically talk about how we're going to help those people. And it's just interesting that the Democrats are the only ones doing that right now. Of course, they're doing it in a really, insulting
And
way.
it's not that it wouldn't be smart for Republicans to do it, but the general point is just stop doing it. It's a really reductive way to just view this country and the complementary aspect of the most beneficial aspect of this country.
But the Harris-Walz campaign is completely bent on identifying to people based on race.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
a reason she's appearing at the Hispanic conference today. She's talking to black journalists specifically. She's attending black sorority functions. I mean, she is obviously acknowledging that the Democratic organizers that are behind her see our country through the lens of race exclusively, which is interesting because they're also arguing they're the most unifying party.
Well, she's also mentioning in the debate that, Republicans need to get off of this whole race business.
Meanwhile, I will only talk to you if you're circled up by race.
Yeah.
I don't know about who's going to win. There's predictions. They go crazy. Everybody thinks they know. But I do think that we should heed the warning of the left on this one, and that is that this country is inherently sexist. They say it's racist too, but we'll talk about that in a second. I brought up a while ago that I believe there's a component of the United States population that will not vote for a woman president. It's not just conservatives. Mary says her. But I believe there's Democrat men who are probably in their 60s who are like, I ain't voting for a woman. And they're Democrats, but they just
don't
wouldn't
say
do
it. They don't say it.
Right.
They don't even say it to themselves, but they feel it subconsciously.
I mean, they'll say it in private. They'll say it when no one's around. I tell you, I was sitting at a wing place the other day, and there was a couple of construction worker guys, and the things they were saying, they would never say in a larger public context. But these guys were voting for Trump, the stuff they were saying. They were talking about capital punishment and how to get this country right. And I'm like, I know exactly who they're voting for. But there are a bunch of Democrats who are probably older and don't want to vote for a woman. I brought this up, and these liberals called me sexist for saying it. And I'm like, how am I sexist? I'm saying I agree with you, liberal, that there's a component at some degree in this country that will not vote for her. And if here's what I wonder, if she's up in the polls by a point or two, but she could lose a point or two because there are a lot of men and women who will not vote for a woman because she is a woman. That's the liberal talking point on inherent sexism. How am I wrong?
I mean, well, I don't know that I buy that that's true. I don't think that many people have, especially on the left, have a compunction about voting for a woman. I don't know. I'm
saying that there are older people who are going to be like, I don't want to vote for a woman. And that number is probably significant enough. I'm not saying it's going to be 10%.
Would you vote for a female Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember
absolutely.
there was some psychological experiment done around the 2016 election where they scripted a debate between a female Trump character, it wasn't said explicitly, and a male Hillary. And most of the respondents said they would vote for the female.
Yep.
Based on her
So
rhetoric.
it was NYU. There was this theory that Hillary lost because she's a woman and people are sexist. So they said, let's do the debate, same lines, spoken the same, performed perfectly by two actors, but the Trump is a woman and the Hillary is a man. And the end result was that people thought Hillary was a guy. It was a guy with glasses, and it was a woman in a red dress. And they said, that guy is too snooty and condescending. The woman was passionate and wanted to help us.
But a woman would never talk like Trump. That would never happen.
We were talking
Yeah.
about that on the drive up here because we were talking about the Australian Office and how they gender swapped Dwight.
Yeah,
really?
it was awful.
Yeah.
They gender swapped Michael. They gender swapped
And
Really?
Dwight.
Matt
yeah.
made the astute observation that there, like a female Dwight doesn't exist.
No.
Like it doesn't work, and I think that's the same with a female Trump. I just can't picture.
I also think there's no other male Trump. I mean, Trump is really unique in a lot of ways. There will be other people who share his maybe values or ideas or, interests politically, but you couldn't recreate Trump. And I
Yeah.
think it's a mistake to try, regardless of gender.
He's a very unique guy, but you can even look at a lot of his personality traits, and you can say, oh yeah, I know guys that are kind of like that, but you can't. Yeah, you can't do that. I don't know any woman who's anything like Trump.
Well, let's do this. We're going to jump to this next segment here. From Rotten Tomatoes, we have breaking news. Am I Racist officially has a red tomato. Congratulations, Matt.
Thank you.
You were certified gray, but now you are certified red tomato. It's not fresh. They didn't give you the fresh rating. Is that what it is?
Well, it is fresh. It's not
Okay.
certified fresh because we don't have enough ratings, and we'll never have enough ratings because the mainstream critics are completely ignoring this film like it doesn't exist.
Isn't it true that you guys had sent a link for the preview or like to review the movie early to a left-wing critic? He wrote a critical review, but then you saw that he had never actually watched it? That's what someone told me.
Yeah, something like yes, that happened with I believe with the first film. What is a
First
woman?
one, okay.
It was reviewed. I don't remember who it was, but somebody reviewed it, and we could tell in the link that they didn't watch. They watched like
But
a
he
little bit.
authored a completely scathing review.
Yeah, absolutely. And on this one, we sent we sent it out for critics to screen, weeks ahead of time, as you do when you have a film and you're proud of it. You think it'll get good reviews, or at least it deserves good reviews. And we sent it out. We got a whole bunch of responses from a lot of independent critics who basically told us to F off, and they've got no interest. They would never review a movie by Matt Walsh.
Very independent of them.
Right. And then the mainstream critics, we actually had a few that Rolling Stone, for example, asked for a screener. We gave it to them and expressed some interest in reviewing it, never published a review. There are a couple other mainstream critics that seemed like they were interested in reviewing it, never published a review. And, I'm biased, of course, in my feeling on this, but I have been wondering, why wouldn't they just publish a review and rip it apart and pan it and say that it's terrible? That's what they usually do with quote unquote conservative movies. They could easily do that here. The Rolling Stone publishes stuff about me all the time, talking about what a terrible guy I am. So that you think they'd love to do that about this movie, and they haven't yet. And I think that part of the reason for that, well, there's two reasons. One is that the movie calls attention to something that I think they just don't want to talk about, which is that the DEI grift. And two, it's a good movie, and if they were to give any kind of honest review, any kind of credible review, I'm not saying they'd have to give it 4 stars, but they'd have to at least they have to give it some credit. They wouldn't be able to claim that it's just a total artistic disaster, and but then they also know that if they were to publish a review, even if it was like 1.5 stars, this is a bad movie, but it's got this and this going for it. It was kind of funny. I laughed. Even if they were to say even that much, their readership would revolt. It would be a mutiny, and so that's why they're just ignoring it. I think.
Do you think any reviewers sent their editors a moderate review, like you're saying, some negative, some positive, and the person got it and was like, I just can't run this. It's not worth the risk.
I have no idea. It would not surprise me at all. I mean, we know what happened. We have had a couple of well-known reviewers who are not mainstream because they don't work for mainstream publications, but we had some of these YouTube reviewers. Yeah. Jeremy Johns is a big one, and he published a review, which we really appreciate. It was a positive review, and he's got millions of subscribers. And then the left spent several days on Twitter attacking this guy and calling him racist for watching, not even for liking the movie. It's just the simple fact that he watched it and said anything about it made him racist automatically. And I think a lot of these other reviewers are looking at that and they're like, I don't want any part of that.
Right.
Yeah, so you ended up with, you've got 10 reviews. You've got over 1,000 audience verified ratings, giving it a 98% verified hot. I give the film, my review is 10 out of 10, and I think it is fair to call it a masterpiece. And what I mean by that is not some empty platitude of this thing is so good, I call it a masterpiece. What I mean is, in terms of what you are trying to accomplish with the film, at least as far as I see it, the film is produced perfectly. I have no notes. There's no point in the film where I said they should have done this, they should have done that. I understood it. I thought it got its message across. I thought it was hilarious. I was in a packed theater. So just everything about what you set out to do, I think you guys accomplished. That's why I say it's a masterpiece. It is a work where you've hit all of the points. I'm in a DC theater. I'm in Washington, D.C., just outside of D.C., to be fair. It's packed, about 90% packed, to the point where you're not going to buy a ticket in this theater because you're going to be like splitting up from your group, and one person, you're going to be in that one seat in between two groups of people. So the whole theater is laughing their ass off the entire time. I'm in one of the front rows because it was hard to actually get good seats, and just laughing endlessly. And I'm like, this is a comedy film. It's not overtly political. It nailed it. So anyway, back to the point. 98% of people agree. Over 1,000 ratings. They come to Rotten Tomatoes. They review it. For a while, Rotten Tomatoes seemed to have been intentionally censoring the reviews you did have that were all good. There were 5 good reviews from big names, and it said 0.
Yeah.
And then it went to 7 and 8 good reviews, and it said 0. And only when they get 2 negative ratings do they now put the view all in there and give the score and put it at 80%, which is still good.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. I noticed exactly. It wasn't until they got, they had to get a couple of the bad ones in there. And so you can see, and then you're featuring the bad ones nice and prominently there.
Jesse Gender.
Yep. Yeah, we got some Jesse Gender, the trans.
Where's my review on this one? Do I have to submit it? Because I did a 20-minute video. It's got 500,000 views where I said it's a great film. Here's why. Here's what I think is great about it. How come my YouTube video is not listed in a review on this as a positive one?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I don't know.
They selectively chose a YouTuber who didn't like you to put in there to claim that your film was no good.
Yeah. And it is absurd, especially when it's someone that you know. Like, there's no chance in hell that person would give us anything but a bad review. But it's fine. I mean, I have no complaints about them. This is my point. Just catalog all the reviews, good and bad, and that's what you should be doing.
Jesse Gender said that there's no call to action at the end of Am I Racist? So what would you say to that? Was there a call to action? Is that incorrect?
I think that there is, but also I take issue with the kind of the premise there that I don't know that a movie has to have a call to action exactly. And that's one of the things some of the, we've gotten a lot of good reaction from the audience, which I appreciate. I have seen some of the criticism, and some of it I think is valid. It's not like any movie you could criticize. Some of the criticism, though, even from the right, some of the criticisms we've gotten, it's from people that don't seem to understand what a movie is supposed to do, and also don't seem to understand that this is supposed to be a comedy.
Yeah.
So I've gotten, for example, every once in a while I've heard feedback from people saying, well, during that race to dinner scene, it was good, and you were exposing the crazy things they were saying, but I didn't like how you were interrupting too much. It's like, well, but it's funny. That's why we did it. I mean, it's a comedy also.
Well, like you're like trying to put butter on and they're trying to shoo you away,
right?
And you just ignore them and do it anyway. It's a comedy film.
Well, right, but the basic criticism there is someone saying basically, you should have made a different kind of movie than the one you made, and that's not a valid criticism. That's like watching Die Hard and saying there should have been a lot more comedy in it. It's like that's not what. It's a different kind of movie. You have to judge the movie based on what it's trying to accomplish, which I appreciate was what you're.
The mistakes made by so many of these right-wing culture warriors who are well-intentioned and want to make culture is that they make things overtly political.
Yeah.
And, I can even point to the Daily Wire and say why this one is so good. The criticisms I heard of Lady Ballers was that it was overtly preachy, that it was actually telling you the point of the film, whereas Am I Racist is a funny film. I mean, it's slapstick, There's I don't want to give away too much, but I think this is in the trailer, like you drop a plate. You know what I mean? It's not a political message. It's not you saying, hey, look, what they're doing is bad. It's you exploring this world and doing comedy, interrupting somebody, asking them a question. The opening scene where you're in this big group of people and you keep trying to talk, and then you're like, I was going to say that. That's what I was going to say. Like, it's just jokes. And so what you get out of that, the reason why it's substantially more effective politically by not being overtly political is that if I tell somebody I know who doesn't like politics to go see it as a comedy film, they're going to laugh at you tripping and falling. They're going to laugh at you trying to put the butter on the plate when the person's telling you not to. And the butt of the joke is, hey, look how silly these people are. So the impression that people get from it is, Matt is a funny guy. Ha ha, he played a prank. He's so funny. Those people looked so dumb. There's nothing else beyond that that you need to understand politically. You don't need to go to someone and say, I'd like to teach you about why critical race theory is wrong. See, back in 1984, Kimberly Crenshaw, it's like, no, you don't need any of that. That's for podcasts. That's for high-level, esoteric political conversations. A comedy movie need only show Matt Walsh slip on a banana peel.
And you have to put the message cannot come before the story, and in this case, the comedy, if it's a comedy. And this is a mistake that it's a mistake that kind of you look at like Christian movies historically for the last 20 or 30 years, and there have been some good ones. I'm not trying to write them all off, but one of the major problems with Christian films for so long is that the message was obviously the first priority, and so they said to themselves, well, we got the message down, that's all that matters. This is all very nice, it's biblical, it's the right message. And so then the script and the writing and the acting and all that, the production value doesn't matter as much. But the problem with that is that you end up with a bad movie. And when you have a bad movie, then you also don't get the message across as well as you want to, because people aren't watching the movie. The only people that are going to watch the movie are the ones who are only there for the message. And those are exactly the people who don't need to hear the message because that's what they're there for. So you have to, it's like in a way, and it's a little bit, especially when you do have a message you want to get across, it feels a little bit, especially for me, it feels a little counterintuitive. But you have to kind of let the message take a back seat so that ultimately it'll do a better job of communicating the message.
100%. There's that show New Norm. We've talked about it quite a bit. It got, I don't know, 40 million views, but everyone ragged on it. It was like the South Park of X. And the jokes were all directly on the nose. I'm a woke person. Look how woke I am. And it's like, okay, we get it. My response to that was, you want to do a sitcom that makes the butt of the jokes wokeness and makes woke it marginalizes woke ideology. It's a regular family. They have regular problems. The teenage daughter is going on a date with a boy for the first time, and her dress gets a stain on it. That kind of silly sitcom stuff. And the neighbor who constantly comes over to bring over cupcakes or whatever is this fat, woke, purple-haired woman. And the family rolls their eyes. They're friends with her. They like her. She's the neighbor, but she's so woke. And you otherize it. So you give it a back seat. And you let the jokes exist as normal jokes that are relatable to the average person, and then you otherize the negative thing and make it the butt of the joke.
I think people are turned off when it's too heavy-handed. Like when you're saying Christian movies are just sort of like, this is the message and that's all we're going to focus on, it takes away the subtlety. And I think so much of, similar to political exhaustion, so much of what people are looking for is to consume media without it being the message or the point being shoved down their throat.
Yeah.
They want to be having an intellectual or emotional experience with it, and if you're just saying, and now you feel sad, and now you feel happy, and that's good and that's bad, it's not really anything that people want to subject themselves to.
Yeah, I also think that it's conservative entertainment can sometimes fall into, and New Norm is probably an example of this. It's kind of like this conservative version of what I would call reference humor. Yeah. And you think back to, back in the mid-2000s, there was this string of movies. It was like disaster movie, epic movie, date movie. You know what I'm talking about? And the scary movie. And that's what, and it was that. It was like they wouldn't make a joke. They would just kind of reference something from pop culture. And then they say, oh, look, Simon Cowell showed up, from American Idol. And there's no joke there. It's just, yeah, I remember that thing. And it's just the lowest form of, it's not really comedy at all because you're not making a joke. And sometimes conservatives can fall into that. New Norm, like I said, it's like they're saying, oh, you know how woke people have purple hair. You see, we have that too. But that could be funny, but you have to, the fact that we recognize that as a thing in culture is not funny. You have to make a joke about it, which I think is sometimes lacking.
So when you're storyboarding, when you're prepping the movie, Ben, maybe this is a question for you, but you're obviously in the back of your mind knowing that some people are going to miss the mark. They're going to want it to be a really serious documentary when it's actually a comedy. They're going to misunderstand why you decided to make this choice in editing. Is it something that you like decide how much of that you're willing to absorb, or what's the cost benefit analysis there?
Well, I definitely want to hear Matt's comments on this, because a lot. This movie is his film. He was a producer on this film as well, and he's allowed to take full creative ownership of it, and he should.
That's racist.
But I really want to give credit to our director Justin Folk for kind of keeping all of us and our entire team with our eyes on the prize here, which is to make a good movie, and one that we all wanted to watch, and one that hits the marks that we were achieving for ourselves. And there's a quote about a conductor when he's conducting a band, and that's you have to actually turn your back to the audience to do that well. So there's definitely an aspect of that, and just trusting that we are good artists, we know how to make good art, and people will support that.
Another example of why I rate this 10 out of 10, the intro editing and music. The way, like, something as really simple as the graphics used, where it's showing like the various names of people involved in the introduction, and the style, the editing, the imagery, the graphic art and design was spot on. Pacing was perfect, with like the songs going with good music choice. Like it, I haven't seen a good comedy film in a very, very long time. Most movies that we see that are comedy are just passively comedy. Like Ant-Man, I mentioned this the other night, is a superhero movie that is also a comedy, but kind of.
Yeah.
Like this was actually a comedy film that was edited to be one.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring up the editing, because in this movie, in this kind of movie in particular, the editing is so, of course, editing is always important in any film, but in a film like this, when you're dealing with a lot of raw footage and you're going out and doing things in real life, and then you kind of have to construct the story after the fact, the editing is all the more important. So much of this, Justin Folk, director, but also kind of lead editor also on the project, and then our other editor Marshall, there were early versions of the film that are just night and day, that were like, our first couple of versions were just not good, and it's all the same kind of material, it's all the same stuff, but you have to go back in and it's like finding that, okay, when do we get out of the scene, when do we get into it? Shaving off a little moment here and there can make a huge difference in the way that
Another reason I got to point out, because you're making the light bulbs pop up. It was very obvious to me that you guys wrote a story after these interviews in some of the cases. It was obvious to me that in some of these circumstances, you knew exactly what you were going to get out of these people. I have a theory that you intentionally gave your name to that focus group in the beginning. I don't think they just figured it out. I think you got up and left, and my theory is that one of the producers was like, hey, that's Matt Walsh. I don't think it was because somebody who would have known. But that's just my theory. You don't got to say anything. However, like you guys had no idea of knowing that Robin DiAngelo was going to pay reparations. So the VO you're doing and the story you're writing very much is dependent upon what those people gave you afterwards. So you couldn't say, here's our story, now let's go get the scene with Robin DiAngelo. It was, let's go see what happens. Afterwards, okay, here's how we can fit this into a narrative and what the story's going to be. And that's crazy in film, like making a documentary or a film. I think it's massively impressive.
Yes, that is kind of how it works. So we started with a broad outline of what we wanted the movie to be, what we kind of wanted the quote unquote journey to be. But you're right that it's like, well, we don't actually know what anyone's going to do or how they're going to respond. So then you go out and you do something, and people always there's always kind of a curveball thrown at you, which may take, so we had the outline and we ended up maybe like the first few steps of the outline that we actually did, and then it just goes way off over here because we have to kind of follow the ball.
So then I'll ask you, did they actually know who you were and you got up and left the room and someone went, hey, that's Matt Walsh?
It's interesting. Things work all different ways. You never know exactly how things work in life. But
neither confirming or denying over there.
I can confirm.
Very Kamala Harris of you to dodge the answer.
I grew up a middle-class kid.
I've made a bunch of mini docs. I've made a handful of longer form documentaries. And so when I was watching this, and after first of all, I mean, that first woman, when you're talking about Moana and your daughter, dude, it was painful how much it was, like, the laughter was painful. Everybody, the whole theater wouldn't shut up. They were laughing so much. And then after a few scenes, when I realized how you would have had to have done this, I'm like, not only did they make a movie, they were navigating a maze as they were doing it to make it work. This is genius. This is masterful. It's fantastic.
I want to go back to that opening scene, the workshop, because there's some behind-the-scenes, really, really funny stuff that happened when Matt was running across state lines to make sure that the cops weren't chasing after him after they called the police.
Yeah, I was fleeing. Left the team behind.
They called the cops on you.
They did call the cops.
You didn't even do anything. That's crazy.
Yeah, so these people are very, very frustrated with me and our other producer, Sean Hampton, another black producer who deserves a lot more credit than I'm currently receiving. But they're very, very frustrated that him and I aren't talking to the police, and we send, the white guy, Justin Folk, to handle the cops while we're working the room, and one of them comes up and just screams, like, you guys are the producers, what the hell, you guys aren't talking to the cops. I'm like, well, I can't, I'm blown away that you would even ask me.
As a black man, how
Talk
could
to
you
the
do
police.
that?
You
Oh
have
my
really made
God.
the situation so much more unsafe for me. And she
Did you really say that?
Oh, of course.
She apologized?
She apologized. She gives me a hug.
Oh my God.
And really,
There's a whole second movie with this guy, the behind the scenes movie of the movie, and the kind of acting that's had to go on, which was and much of that will never be. It was not on film.
You guys have to release a DVD with the special features. We can see all these.
I will say that I wasn't there when they called the cops and all that, but that seminar was supposed to go on for another hour, but they were so distraught emotionally by what happened that they had to stop. And there were all kinds of comments that I heard after the fact. There was concerns, right, from some in the crowd that.
Yeah, there's a school nearby, and they're like, "There's kids here," and you're like, "Yeah."
Oh no, Matt Walsh was near a school. What?
Yeah,
Oh, dude, that is wild. Did they say anything else to you about it, or the other producer, or like that was it? That was like the key moment.
I mean, that was certainly the highlight.
How dare you ask a black man to talk to cops?
But we did. One thing I'll say to your point is that it's interesting because What Is a Woman? I think it turned out great. I'm proud of that film. Our original concept of What Is a Woman was actually supposed to be a little bit closer to air, in that our original idea was that I would go and talk to, and if you remember in that movie, the first person we talked to is this therapist, this woke gender therapist, and I asked her if I'm a woman, and she says, yeah, you probably are. And so the original concept was we wanted to kind of build from that, because now I'm like, okay, I must be a woman, and so then we're going to build from that and let like one thing lead to another, where I kind of believe her, and then we put that into action, and then we kind of filmed the rest of it, and it turned out that wasn't really going to work for an angle, and we decided to go this direction instead. I think it worked well. In this one, we kind of went back to that and said, okay, we really want to get that feeling of this thing building, so that we go and talk to one person, and I learn things, and it kind of changes my perspective. And then we go to the next place, and it just builds and builds and builds, so that by the end of the movie, this thing can get really weird and kind of dark, and it kind of has this feeling.
You want to
of building.
document ascending through the cult.
Right, exactly. And then watching it back, especially when I saw it for the first time in theaters at the premiere, it felt that to me. I felt the build, and which is exactly what we're going for with that.
The whole theater busted out laughing when the over-smiling chart scene. Now, I don't give too much away, but those pictures, and then just everyone started to erupt. It was just, it's so good. People got to go see the movie.
He also had that was maybe his toughest role in the over-smiling exercise, to stand there.
Yeah, that one.
Staring at the group.
That scene was certainly the most.
I love it when you tell your Uncle Frank the joke about the picnic tables, and the actor is laughing.
We didn't script that. I think that was just. We didn't tell.
It's not your actual uncle?
It's not my actual uncle. No. But I'm sure he's a great uncle to somebody. But we didn't tell him the joke ahead of time. So
You screamed it at him.
There was
starts
kind of
laughing.
a dark part about that scene. I don't want to spoil anything if people haven't seen it yet, but someone was talking about how they've cut off so many of their family members because they're racist, and obviously this person has a totally deranged idea of what the word racist means, and it showed how indoctrination like that really splits families apart and friendships apart. And I know it's like a lighthearted movie, but that was actually like very demonic.
that was that actually. So that part, the thing that 95% of the people that talked about the movie, they bring up Robin DiAngelo, reparations and all that, which is it's a quite striking part of the film. To me, that wasn't her paying reparations was not the most shocking thing for me making it. I think for me, and I think I can speak for most of the people in the crew, it was that. It was is Uncle Frank, and I don't want to give it all away, but the way that the class reacted to the Uncle Frank moment, for me, was the most shocking thing because I did not see that coming. I thought that the way we had this plan, to the extent you can plan anything, because we needed an out. Like we needed, this is the end of the journey. I need to have like a Dark Night of the Soul thing. And I realized that this is all wrong. And we thought it'd be, I'm going to take this too far, and the people in the class will not go along with it. And then that will be my realization that I've gone too far.
You could have gone further. You could have handed the whips to the people and say, Frank is right there. You think they would have hit him?
That, yes,
The exact same thing.
they would have. That's the.
Jeez, dude.
Just to shamelessly plug, you guys can go to amiracist.com if you guys do want to find out exactly what happened to Uncle Frank, and especially go this weekend. It's pretty important to us.
That's what. So I bring my black friend along to do the plug.
Like I was 17. I may have lied at maybe 15.
It is interesting though because family estrangements are on the rise in America. Like this is a documented phenomenon of people, like adult children, saying I'm not going to talk to my parents anymore for various reasons. I think that people don't want to address the reality that this you have to purge people from your life who don't think the right way is truly impacting the basic level of American culture, which is the family.
Yeah.
I think that's a reaction to the religion of secularism too, because you have to essentially disagree with all 10 of the commandments to really feel what they're feeling, and that's where you're seeing the shift in culture. So if you're not obligated and truly morally obligated to honor your father and mother, then of course you can write them off for a petty political grievance.
That's terrifying stuff, that people's families are being broken apart for weird, nonsensical. I mean, the word race, the word white supremacy, all of these things have completely different meanings if you're in the cult. And then based on those absurd, nonsensical meanings, they destroy your family. But I said this before. I'm curious your thoughts on this. It's kind of, off topic, I guess. But, my view is that when you look at reproduction rates between conservatives and liberals, liberals are at like 1.4 or something, or it might be lower than that. Conservatives are at like 1.8. Then just do the math. Certainly in 20 to 40 years, there will be less people in the United States, but they'll be mostly conservative. And so it only takes a small percentage change in the population's political ideology to overwhelmingly change its policy. Because you get 51% in a country like this, you're going to change everything. With conservatives having more kids than liberals, it kind of seems to me that the math is simple. The future is going to be conservative.
Yes, if we assume that the conservatives having kids are passing down conservative values to their kids. And that, I think, might be an optimistic assumption. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that that's actually happening. I mean, you look at many indicators. You look at church attendance rates in particular, faith, belief in God. These things are plummeting, exponentially through the years. And so, yeah, that kind of, I've heard that theory, but that sort of assumes that conservatives are having kids and those kids are remaining conservative, and then they're having kids and they, passing down those values. I hope that happens, but
I think, with your film, for instance, and not just what you're doing, but with the entirety of the Daily Wire is doing, and everybody else. I mean, Mug Club had Steven Crowder's thing. They had an undercover journalism release where they caught the COVID czar talking about, let's just say, doing untoward things in violation of COVID lockdowns while locking down everybody else. We've got a large, expansive, right-leaning cultural push that is gaining more and more ground and becoming more and more successful. And so you look at some of the projects that are coming out of Disney, they lose $1 billion over the last year. Mm-hmm. You look at the Daily Wire, and you guys are kings of the castle right now. I mean, it's crazy how quickly you're growing.
Let's kill a fucking noob. Oh, man, dude.
minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. 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 Metamorphosis complete. require more minerals. We 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 require. We require. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Alright guys, what I want to do is the power of form draw me a picture of a fucking ballot. Okay? know what's going on. But several people thought I would be a slam dunk guest on the Bantam War Room. And these people who can normally get people to the Bantam War Room say they get absolutely no response from the War Room staff. The rig itself happens again in 2024. And it's rigged out the yin yang. On how it was rigged again. Right. first thing we talk, because right now I'm writing a new section in chapter 1 about the law. And it says, the power of names and the power of form, or the lack thereof. Draw me a ballad. I'll just read the first paragraph. Yes, that's right. Draw me a ballad as defined under Nevada state law. Wait, what? You can't draw a bunch of ones and zeros stored on a hard drive? This simple request to visualize a ballad as defined under state law reveals a fundamental disconnect between our intuitive understanding of this crucial document and the legal definition. We instinctively think of a ballot as a physical paper document, but the law in Nevada and other key swing states redefines a ballot only to the digital record. Where that you're not allowed, no human by law in Nevada is allowed to use their Bible and check the discarded paper ballots because it's accessory to upstate. Yes, if some patriot said, if some patriot official, an elected authority or bureaucrat said, hey, I want to check those discarded pieces of paper we put in the fucking county vault against the actual thing, it would be a felony. It says so in state law. You're not allowed to do that. Right. So when they say our elections are safe and secure, you have to say in the courtroom, how can you possibly know that when Nevada state law itself prevents you from using your human eyeballs to look at the human paper? Oh, well, I'm about to write a whole section on formlessness, right? Right now, I'm writing it. So it's like, okay, this is how elections used to be, the way you're describing. Okay. Now let's look at the life of this electronic ballot. It goes from here to there, through this machine, into this delivery truck, to this guy, to that guy, to central counting. Oh my God! Can you on that? That's just a mail-in ballot. How about an election day ballot? Oh. All right, in Nevada, you don't vote at your precinct anymore. You go to a voting center. You go to any voting center anywhere in Nevada. They vote on election day. What is that? It's formlessness again. It creates the geographic constraints, okay, of voting. Formlessness. gotta hang up right now. My hand is. Alright, bye. Alright, so here's what we're gonna write. I was talking with Luther on the phone for about an hour. So here's what we're gonna write. He's reading the whole page. He's read the whole introduction. He thinks that, just like you, that introduction needs to stay where it is, just like it is, just as written. If they want to quote out of that in the courtroom to embarrass you, be like, oh, well, let's read the whole thing then to the fucking judge or the jury. Oh, they wouldn't want that. See, so they won't even fucking bring it up. Well, then I'll have the right to read the whole fucking thing. Anyway. You can read it slow, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so anyway. What we want to do is go after formlessness. So we're stepping away from math, at least for now, for a moment. Going back to chapter 1 on the state law. And as you can see on my screen, as it's been there for an hour, I haven't moved my screen. It says the enemy thrives in formlessness, right? So the chapter title is The Power of Names and the Power of Form, or the Lack Thereof. Draw me a ballad. Now let's read the first paragraph. Yes, that's right. Draw me a ballad as defined on the Nevada state law. Wait, what? You can't draw a bunch of ones and zeros stored on a hard drive? This simple request to visualize a ballot reveals a fundamental disconnect between our intuitive understanding of this crucial document and the legal definition. We instinctively think of a ballot as a physical paper document, but the law in Nevada and other key swing states stretches the definition to encompass the digital record, a concept that lacks a tangible form that allows us to fully comprehend it. I put a period there by accident. Tangible form that allows us to fully comprehend it. The formlessness of the modern ballot is by design, the design of the enemy, for no human eye can see what the enemy has done. The enemy thrives in formlessness, right? G and H, nameless and formless ratios, right? The law, the ballot is formless. Though the procedure of an election is formless. You don't go to your precinct, you go to a voting center anywhere in the state. It's all formlessness. You want to see the life of a ballot? Oh, there's a graphic for that somewhere. What a complicated process, the life of a ballot. Why can't we just go back to counting it at the precinct with the Democrat and Republican observer piece of paper? That should be the only life of a ballot. Something that's well defined, easy, understood because it has what's the word for it? Concrete form. Why do they keep our borders open? Because a country without a border isn't a country at all. It no longer has a form. Why do they want you to cut your dick off? Because now you're not a guy anymore. You're not a woman either. You're something without form. It's all about formlessness. Is how the enemy works. Formlessness. Get where I'm going with this? So that's one with, yeah. What is it? I see it. I see it's true. It's true.
He's bringing you those top stories.
Georgia mandated to hand count all ballots in Trump-Harris election. are, you're gonna get a fucking 70-30 fucking shutout if they do that. Oh my god. Dude, no, this is actually really good. I want to read about this. Dude is in every mainstream. They're so angry too. Interestingly, the AP News doesn't have a bad slant on it. Oh no, it's not gonna work. Georgia State Election Board on Friday voted to approve a new rule that requires poll workers to count the number of paper ballots by hand after the voting is completed. I don't know. The new rule requires that the number of paper ballots, not the number of votes, be counted at each polling place by 3 separate poll workers until all 3 counts are the same. No, it doesn't say that they can vote. No, see, it's fake news. It doesn't say it doesn't say they can count the candidate selections, just the raw number of ballots. But this won't cover the early vote. This won't cover the mail-in vote. Well, Janelle King quoted me word from word. Janelle King, a board member who worked with the author on the rule of the wording, said she wasn't concerned if the election night reporting is slowed a bit in favor of making sure the ballots are accurate. Quote, "What I don't want to do is set a precedent that we're okay with speed over accuracy. Remember I made that argument with Apollo? No, they're arguing efficiency, we're arguing security. Right, now she replaced that with speed and accuracy. But, okay. Can you believe this? They're prosecuting RFK Jr. because he may have poached a whale 20 years ago. Like, what? Where do they... Anyway, it's not as great news as we think though in Georgia. They're not allowed to count the candidate selections, and it's only on election day. It has nothing to do with the mail-in or the early vote. This is what it says. Voters in Georgia make their selections on a touchscreen voting machine that then prints out a paper ballot that includes a human readable list of the voters' choices as well as a QR code that is read by a scanner to tally the votes. Yeah, because a human can't read a QR code. And by the time you catch that, it's too late. Right. Just like in Nevada, the actual ballot is the electronic thing. I'm gonna kill some noobs. This is what I fear. By the time everybody wants to talk to me, it's gonna be too late. Just like in 2020. I'm gonna hang up for now. I'm gonna kill some noobs. Oh, I just got my the headings on the water tank.
We require more minerals. 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 Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. 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 Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Metamorphosis complete. require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. 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 We require more. We require more minerals. 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 more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. more minerals. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. Mutation. Mutation complete. Not enough. Not enough energy. We we require more minerals. We require more minerals. Unacceptable command. Mutation. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. Not enough. minerals. We require more minerals.
going, and on this track, you do have the cultural values growing alongside basic reproduction. So even in the instance where some conservative parents don't properly pass down those conservative values, when it comes to young men, they're overwhelmingly, and Gen Z, they're shifting towards the right, towards Donald Trump. They're going to be watching your comedy films, and they're going to get their values from Jordan Peterson. And I think that is that combined with fertility rate, and I know the left is going to lose their mind over me bring that up, but I think that shows a positive upward trend in favor of the right as opposed to the left.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that also speaks to the importance of kind of a lot of what we're trying to do with the Daily Wire, but not just us. Look, art forms culture, and so there is no culture war. Like, we're not even fighting a culture war if we're not trying to create art, and that means movies, films, shows, music. And for so long, we've kind of bowed out of that almost completely, except in our own little silos where we're making stuff just for us. But as long as you're doing that, there is no meaningful culture war. This is the culture war. And if you're not doing that, then you're not fighting it. And so for this to make a meaningful difference, then we need to see a lot more of that.
So, yeah, I saw that Twitter thread. I was talking about it in my morning show the other day, where you mentioned all these different companies were refusing to review the film, and we brought it up. And they did the same thing to us when we released a song 2 years ago. And we've released 6 songs now, and it's all blacklisted. Not only is it blacklisted, but I don't want to say too much because we have another song coming out next week, and we're going to try and we all, you guys hit Rotten Tomatoes. You guys are our top box office film. We also want to see that cultural success, but we do know that we are invading far left woke institutions, playing by the rules that they've set up, and it pisses them off. So you've got to try and, I don't know, I guess weasel your way through and put pressure on them and force them to acknowledge it and take those institutions back.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, in the music industry, I can only imagine how stacked against you it is. We are the film industry, we're only just sort of beginning to experience the obstacles that they can put up in your path, because it is different when you're making stuff like this and you're putting it on a platform like on Daily Wire platform. I mean, that's important to do also, but it's like the left is, they don't love that. They'd prefer if we weren't doing anything at all. But they're okay with that if you keep it in your own little lane. But if you take your stuff and you try to bring it out to a mass audience, that's what makes them very angry. And the problem is that we hear the term gatekeeper from the left all the time, usually in erroneous ways. But this is where gatekeeping is real. Like, they have all the gatekeepers for this stuff. They control all of that, or almost all of it. And so, it's one of those, I've been saying, it's like sometimes you don't know how high the mountain is until you start climbing it. And that's kind of what it is when you get into the film industry with theaters and all that. It's like you start to realize, man, they really own this institution completely. And it is kind of an insurgent.
Yep.
It's an insurgency.
And it's manufactured in a lot of ways. They can guarantee the success of certain projects to a certain degree. In music especially. Yeah. Playlists, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with, and the digital streaming platforms, they'll just say, like, if you press, I do this, I'll be driving in my car, I got a Tesla, and it's got, like, you'll click modern, and there's a band I have never heard of, and I'm like, interesting. Not a fan of this band, I got no beef. I wonder why it's in their latest releases streaming playlist. I look the band up, they have no history. They have no successes. They have no charting songs. They're on YouTube. They get a few thousand views. And I'm not trying to rag on small up-and-coming bands. It's just a question of, why does this band get preferential access to digital streaming playlists and other people do not? It's because they fully and wholly control what is going to be mainstream. I'm hanging out at, Seatown Races, the racetrack and casino, and you're walking through this gigantic building, and they're playing music. And I hear a song, and I'm like, I know what band this is, and they are not big. How do they get in rotation at a casino with 50,000 people coming through it, every hour or whatever? It's an owned institution. These labels pick and choose whose song will be played in these mediums that people will hear. And if you are outside the political realm of these groups, or your persona non grata, or whatever, they're just going to say, what's that? You're a chart-topping song with record sales, and you're getting tons of hits, and people really like the song. We are going to blacklist you, block you, mock you, and try to make sure you never get a foothold in this industry.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing that Kamala Harris can run a I'm the underdog campaign knowing that she has the full support of institutions like this, right? That get to say, we want these messages to be here and we don't want anything else. I mean, it's, I think, asking Americans to set aside everything they know about how huge corporations work. Corporations prefer artists that are somehow under their label that they will ultimately benefit from. They don't want anyone coming in from the outside, especially if they do not agree with their political alignment.
How much of this is just what people like naturally gravitate towards? Because I don't know when this happened, but it seems like conservatives are just temperamentally less creative and less, I don't know, they think outside the box less, and that's why they've gravitated to creating think tanks instead of movies or music.
I think you're right, but let's do this. We'll answer this point you're making by talking about this story. We have this from the Post Millennial. Marvel's new queer series, Agatha All Along, to be, quote, gay explosion. The show has a lot of layers, and gay is one of them. I don't know why or what the point is, but it's a new show on Disney+. It came out the other day. Agatha All Along is following the series WandaVision. It's a mini-series, and Post Millennial, you're incorrect. It was released yesterday, not on 25th. They put up 2 episodes, and it's about Agatha as a witch. She lost her powers. Wanda from Avengers took them from her. And, of course, when they do a show like this, here's what they have to say about it. Quote, witches are queer inherently just because we are outcasts, and set aside for many reasons. The show shows a really good representation of different types of people, and that we can all use the power we have within to go forward and be great. I've always looked up to Wanda Sykes as another black queer woman in comedy. Living her truth is really inspiring and awesome. Disney has decided to make shows that are overt in their politics, much like conservatives did with their old Christian films that people used to make fun of. It seems like when the left decided to adopt what we refer to as non-theistic religion or secular religion, they've begun to fall into the old traps that the old Christian conservatives would fall into of making preachy, over-the-top ideological content, instead of making simple comedy with the message being underneath or passive. Now, Disney's lost $1 billion on a bunch of their movies. The Marvel movies are doing worse and worse in the box office. Captain Marvel, talk about a nightmarish mistake. You got Robert Downey Jr., who is, the $20 million guy or whatever. They're paying him $20 million for these movies, $60 million for these movies. He's going to retire, and they say Brie Larson is going to be the new linchpin of the Marvel universe. She's a girl boss who's insufferable that everybody hates. Her movie fails. I mean, don't get me wrong, Captain Marvel, the film, did well. Then they make a sequel to it, The Marvels. It bombs. They try cutting the film down, desperate to do something with it. They have not learned their lesson. Or actually, here's my question for you guys. Does Disney actually know they're going to burn all their money doing this, but they're cultish, communist zealots, and they're going to keep doing it anyway?
Yeah, I think some of it is what we talked about, the putting the message before the quality of the art. I think also it's a little bit of what Mary was just saying about historically the problem with conservatives is just, you have the institutions that are stopping us and all of that kind of thing, and that's true. But also just there aren't as many conservatives who have the ability to be creative in that way. And I think that now on the left, they're suffering from the same problem. And so in a company like Disney, they might not realize that this stuff sucks. I mean, they might not have the talent. And I don't think they have the artistic, money. Right. They might not have the artistic talent and sensibilities to even know how to make something that's good. I mean, which was never, say what you want about Disney historically, but they used to create obviously like masterpieces of their genre. And I'm not sure they even have the ability to do that now, even if you take the politics outside of it.
I think it's because they're overstaffed with people who think the same way. When I went to CPAC in like 2012, I was I think in high school, maybe a little bit younger, and I remember at the time the Batman movie had come out, and there was big talk about like what's the messaging behind this? Is actually a conservative movie. And I remember one of the speakers said, parents, if you have kids who are trying to decide what they want to do, don't send them to DC if you want them to have an impact on America. Send them to Hollywood. And it's like, well, Hollywood is a terrible place where horrible things happen and they don't share, good values. But it just made it so all of the writers who are rising through the ranks, who eventually get a seat at these tables, were completely bent in one direction. We sort of, if you're a conservative, you sort of self-selected out of this industry because you decided it was lost, but therefore it became more lost. And you have a bunch of people looking at each other being like, I think this is a good idea. And Etsy sells a lot of queer witch products, so clearly somebody's buying this stuff. There's no barometer for normalcy.
Well, I
hilarious about parents being like, okay, well, I can't send my kids to Hollywood, that's Sodom. So they're like, well, let's send them to the moral bastion that is DC. That'll take care of them. That'll keep them.
Well, so I have a question for you guys. Were you always, or well, I don't know about you, but Ben, how do you done? Are you conservative, Christian?
Slightly to the right of Genghis Khan.
Oh, okay, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Have you guys always been conservative, Christian, right-leaning, etc.?
I have, yeah. That's how I was raised.
Because wasn't Michael Knowles like a liberal when he was younger, and now he's much more, I don't know, stoic and Catholic?
That guy's still a lib. No, yeah, I think he talks about how he kind of fell out of the faith and came back.
I just wonder if what we're seeing is that there are, the people like Mary mentions, the conservatives traditionally don't think outside the box, but you end up with a lot of middle-of-the-road types who normally identified as more liberal because there was more outside-the-box thinking and creativity, and now they're all death cultists who have lost their minds, and so the middle-of-the-road people have aligned themselves with conservatives, giving that the creativity and that creative force to the right. That's why you're seeing woke, psychotic, gay explosion TV shows that burn billions of dollars, and on the right you're seeing an increasing talent pool and more success.
Justin Folk has talked about this a lot, where he refers to all of us as just the new punk rock, the new counterculture. We're the ones raging against the machine while Rage the Machine is doing concerts.
Raging on behalf of the machine.
Well, exactly, sponsored by, Big Pharma. So I do think there is going to continue to be a shift where people who are, questioning not just the regime, but just where we've gotten to in a cultural standpoint, will be finding themselves aligned with conservative messaging and conservative values more often. So I do think there is a chance that we'll be able to have a new generation of quote-unquote conservative artists, which is probably an oxymoron.
That also requires us, though, to cultivate artistic talent on the right, which I think that we still are. We're in the infancy of figuring out. I mean, broadly, when I say we, I mean conservatives are in the early days of figuring out how to do that, and we haven't been very good at that in the past. And because what ends up, as you said, typically if you're conservative and you want to change the culture in some way, you go to a think tank. And now it's like you start a podcast. Nothing against podcasts, obviously, it's what I do every day. But you get into the commentary space, and I still think that there's a lot of and there's definitely a place for that. As I said, as someone who does it, there's a place for commentary. But I think that there's still probably a lot of creative talent on the right that's being kind of wasted on just offering commentary, and no one's coming along and saying, look, you have you have something else you can do, and we're going to help. We're going to fund you. We're going to help you figure out how to do it.
I completely agree. I mean, look at the Daily Wire, for instance. Wasting Ben Shapiro's talents? That guy should be playing violin in concerts and orchestras. No, he could, though. I mean, the dude's really good at it, but...
And he's also a best-selling rap artist, as we know.
That is excellent. But, I'm curious what you think, Mary. You're younger, and you're mentioning this, conservatives don't think outside the box. I'm wondering if you're seeing younger people who lean right having more creativity than you'd expect, or something like that.
Honestly, what's been on my mind lately is, maybe I'm not a conservative. I know I'm right-wing, but I think that progressives and conservatives kind of think the same way, where they see history in this linear sense, where we're either ascending toward progress or we're descending into dystopian hellscape, and we're either going to create that dystopia or comment on it from the sidelines. And maybe there needs to be some kind of rise of a right-wing progressivism. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what label to put on it, but people who care about innovating, people who care about creating and adapting. That's what conservatives have proven themselves incapable of doing, is adapting to the current circumstances.
But do you mean retaining moral foundations in you know, I don't necessarily want to say Judeo-Christian, but around that. It's what do you mean by right-wing?
Here's something I want to draw attention to, actually. Last year, I went to a music festival that's called Catholic Palooza. Have you heard of this?
Uh-oh.
It sounds terrible, but
It
tell me
sounds
more.
like Lollapalooza, but Catholic.
Yeah, that's why it sounds terrible. Is it better than
There
that?
was a second iteration of it earlier this year in New Jersey, and I didn't get to go to that one. But they brought in a bunch of these Catholic independent musicians and had them perform in front of an audience of young Catholic people, and they were normal. They were actually normal young people, and I know it sounds really nerdy and
What was the music?
it
good?
sounds bad. Yes, the music was good.
Okay, good.
They were doing like metal versions of Ave Maria. They actually had some.
There's this post-punk act named Hallowed who headlined last year, and he's really talented, so big shout out to him. But like, it genuinely wasn't like a cringe fest. And I know that might sound shocking to the audience listening right now, but I think there is something bubbling up with
Can I ask
young
you-
creative people who actually have morals.
And not to get off on kind of a tangent, but the music at this festival, was it all Catholic music in the sense that it was about religion and about Catholicism and about God? Were they also performing songs about other things, like sort of the?
It was a mix. It was a mix of both.
Because this is one thing, and I don't follow Christian music that I've never listened to it that much. But one of my complaints about Christian music, typically, is first of all, I think often it's not very good.
Yeah.
But also there's this idea that like if you're making Christian music, it always has to be about Jesus explicitly. Which nothing wrong with singing praises to Jesus. Don't get me wrong, but if you perform a song about anything that's true and beautiful, it is Christian in a sense, and so we also want music that's about like the whole scope of human existence.
I mean, there were songs about like suffering, like that's a universal concept that people can relate to. It wasn't just like, you know, the kind of Christian rock concert that you're thinking of in a mega church and like
right.
a strip mall. You know
Look-
what I mean?
Go back in time. Look at lyrics from the 40s, 50s, 60s. Christian themes in music was ubiquitous, and it was normal for a pop song not to overtly praise Jesus, but to passively mention something like you're listening to a song and they mention, I was leaving church on Sunday when I saw my friend, and it's not that it's a Christian song, but elements of Christianity and the social practices were ingrained in the culture, as they were, and this came out in music. Moving forward, you get to the 90s, I will say you had bands like Creed, which were massive, and they're not overtly in their big hits singing, you know, praise Jesus, but Higher, you know, the song is clearly about, can you take me higher, a better place, a better world, a world he dreams of, and then with Arms Wide Open about having a kid and, you know, the joy that he feels from it. These things are still in line with that same moral worldview. And that was like a massive, you know, multi-platinum band at the time.
Yeah.
I think
Now,
that's the
music
mistake.
is degenerate, evil, satanic. You know, just,
Well,
sorry,
even
just...
in the 2000s, there was like a huge surge of like Christian metalcore.
Yeah, Korn.
That kind
One
of
was Christian?
Was it Korn Christian? Am I,
I
making this
don't
up?
know about Korn specifically.
I don't know
but
about that, because the song Got the Life, he's saying, you
No?
know, God
I'm
told me I
talking
already
about,
got the
like,
life.
For Today, Memphis Mayfire. I don't know if anybody in the chat is gonna know the examples that I'm saying, but like other
Wait, was
bands
Korn
like
Christian though? Can we?
Paramore originally, like Haley Williams was an outspoken Christian.
She has a cross
Flyleaf
tattoo.
as well.
Guitarist from Korn is Christian.
Oh,
Yeah, I
wow.
think they're Christian now. I think those guys
Okay.
are Christian now, I believe.
Okay,
Did
well,
an interview
I
with
Former
the
guitarist.
Revolver that says in 2021 that said, "Am I still Christian?" So there's obviously some kind of influence in the band. I mean, I think that is one of the distinctions. Like, do you have to be always singing about like here is the Bible verse and here is exactly what you should be saying,
don't
You
wanna
don't.
go
or
to hell,
are
yes.
you just a Christian who then lives life and operates their business in a way that reflects that?
Here's the issue, though. You know, you mentioned bands like Paramore. I mean, they're woke. You know,
Right. They kind of shrugged off that identity relatively quickly when
Well,
it
they-
became.
do they ever actually have it? And the argument we hear from a lot of these individuals is that Christianity can be inclusive. You go to Shepherdstown in West Virginia, and the churches have pride flags and trans flags, and it's like, Well, that's a wholly different ideology. Like, by all means, go have your ideology, go believe whatever you want to believe, just leave me alone. But the Christian faith does not like it's oil and water. You can't put them in the same.
Yeah, that doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a pro-trans Christianity, pro-abortion Christianity.
You're watching churches splinter over this, right? Like the Episcopalian Church is having a big issue with this. The Methodist Church is splitting over this issue. And so I think that there is sort of, maybe not what we're talking about with a conservative progressivism, but I think there is sort of a renaissance of what are conservative values in America, what are American traditions that we want to carry on, how do we define ourselves? And I think actually art is a really big key to this. Like if you have young people who are saying, I want to live by these values, which we would normally ascribe as being maybe more socially conservative or whatever else, and they're the ones also saying, well, I am now creating the paintings, and I am now creating the movies, and I am now creating the board games, or whatever of these like tokens of culture we need to sort of have without having to always say there's a Bible verse on literally everything. I think you will see a big change, but it's incremental over time. And right now, like when you talk about Hollywood, yes, I think there should be young, filmmakers who don't just have the same ideology. On the other hand, does that mean that we have to have an outside Hollywood where they go, or do they go in to the institutions and say, oh, well, I'm here and you have to deal with me? It's hard to say because otherwise it is difficult to get funding as a young creative. You have to go somewhere. You have to support yourself. You need someone to back your art for you to be able to make it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues too, though, is when we talk about Christian art doesn't always have to be explicitly announcing itself as such. But one of the issues, this is also one of the challenges you have as a conservative or a Christian trying to make any kind of art, any kind of art form, is that there's a kind of loud voice within the conservative audience that gets very angry if you try to do anything that is not painting within kind of the lines that have been established. And we ran into that with both movies. I mean, I remember What Is a Woman? There was a big controversy among some particular Christian commentators with that movie because they were mad that at the end of the film, we did not have a gospel message that they wanted. I go in the end of that movie, I go in and talk to Alyssa, my wife, to find out the answer to What Is a Woman, and they wanted her to like pull out the Bible and quote it to me, and because she didn't, they thought that ultimately the movie was a miss, and running to the same thing now with this movie, and there are people that are.
Well, someone wrote an op-ed about it saying that you were using deception.
Yeah. There's some Christian commentators, and there's an op-ed in. I think it's World, the website World, where they were saying that we used deceptive tactics, and so it's immoral and unethical, and they like the movie, but it's interesting because they say they like the movie, but really it shouldn't exist because it's founded in this evil premise of using deception. But again, we run into this thing where you have some in the audience that you try to go outside of the lines a little bit and do something a little bit provocative perhaps, and there are some in the audience that just are not. They don't want that. They're very resistant to it.
We're going to go to Super Chats, so if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, and share the show with each and every person you know? We've got around 46,000 people right now, and if every single one shared the show, we'd be bigger than CNN and MSNBC combined. I think we're actually already bigger than each of them. MSNBC might do pretty well. But in the key demo, I think we crush all of them as it is. So I guess you guys are good. But also become a member at timcast.com, because if every single person who was watching became a member, we'd be bigger financially than those networks, and we could do a heck of a lot more than they could. And you know it. Alpha Turkey says, make Uncle Frank great again.
Uncle Frank was already great.
That's right. We are going to have that members-only show, so don't forget, as a member, you can watch the members-only show. Maybe people are asking me to debate you on the death penalty. Are you pro-death penalty?
I am.
All right, then we'll debate. We'll debate, and I'm right, so we'll see. Shane H. I think actually it could be a really interesting conversation. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Shane H. Wilder says, Matt, I loved Am I Racist? It was a masterpiece. Hi, Tim, Mary, Ian, Hannah Claire, Raymond, Cashman, Brett, and Serge. Did I get everybody this time? Kellen. You missed Kellen. How dare you? I'm kidding. Kyle says, Matt, Am I Racist is a masterpiece. One of my favorite parts was when you moved number 2's magnet to 8. I think it'd be hilarious if you put out your own DEI course with a certificate. You mentioned the website, though. Is that a real site that you guys made?
I just went to it, dotheworkworkshop.com.
Yeah, it's a real site.
This is This is affiliated with you, or it's just?
Oh yeah, that's ours.
It's just okay.
Well, that's my workshop. Unless
Do
somebody
you
stole
over
it.
smile?
That
You're
was
guilty of over smiling. We invite you to take our 2-hour intensive course at a theater near you.
Yeah, during
Wait,
this
can we show
conversation,
that?
I
Ready to
noticed
begin my
both some
journey.
under and over smiling from everyone at this table. So
Yeah, I
you
think
could
you.
just-
okay.
You're
just
going to
bring-
hand out report cards after this, right?
yeah, you guys
'Cause-
are being graded.
Can we pull this up real quick? Just that I loved this chart you used. You are racist, but how racist are you? Who's this? Is it Jussie?
I believe that's
It's George Floyd.
George Floyd? That's not George Floyd.
George
Is that
Floyd.
not George
That
Floyd?
looks like Jussie Smollett. And then this is Rachel
It'd be really
Dolezal,
funny if that was George Floyd. Though.
Abraham Lincoln, Donald Trump, and a Klan hood.
That's Jussie Smollett, by the way. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's a 0. Yeah, my favorite thing was the over, the over smiling thing. There you go. That's the face. That's when that face appeared. Everyone just started busting out laughing. Over smiling is racist. Very good. All right. Let's grab some more. Peter Gohawk says, watched almost every episode for the last 4 years, and I'm a member. It would be great if you guys could get Jesse on Fire or Sean Ryan on your show. Keep up the great job. Fight again. So, we did this thing where I said 1 like equals 1 fight, because that's what Trump said. And then they tried to kill him again, so now I put fight again. I can't believe it. I mean, geez.
Fight.
I know. All right, 6 times. I don't know if that'll fit.
I think "Let me get my shoes" should become a slogan. The fact that he was like, "You cannot pull me off this stage without my shoes," was just sort of iconic.
Yeah.
Wrath of Paul says, I am a Teamster, and I don't know of anyone in my workplace who supports Harris. That's good news. Good news. Let's grab some more. Multiracial Lion says, Matt, did you film the stunts yourself in the fight scene as part of doing the work? Are you the new Jackie Chan? 3 times fight squared.
Well, I got to say, yeah, I mean, that was my first time filming any kind of fight scene, and it wasn't much of a fight. But I will say, I want to take credit for one thing. That whole scene, I take no credit for. It was one of our producers, Mike, had the whole concept for that scene. But punching my attacker with the Subway sandwich was my idea, was my inspiration, and I think it makes the whole movie. It's the greatest moment in the movie.
I don't know if it's spoiling if you explain to people what you're referring to, or would you rather just let people go see it and figure it out for themselves?
I guess I'll let them go see it.
Yeah.
MIRacist.com. You can go there right now.
I mean, it's surprisingly, it's like in every single theater by us. There's a couple of small theaters it's not playing at, but all the big ones have it. So it was not even we just went and got dinner and then we pulled up the theater and there it was. But they didn't have the big poster like they should have. They should have that big thing on the wall. Yeah. I want to see Matt Walsh's face, but they didn't do it. But whatever. They're trying to not acknowledge it again. But actually, I have a question for you. Was there pushback from big theaters when you guys? Because weren't you initially doing a smaller run in theaters and then it got upgraded?
Actually, there was not pushback from the big theater chains, which was nice. I mean, I actually give them a lot of credit for taking the film. The only pushback was not about the content of the film. It was because it's a documentary, and so they said, look, documentaries do nothing in the box office. They people do not come out and watch them. They don't even chart. And so we had to kind of prove with pre-sales that there's an audience for this thing. And so we went from 200 screens, I think, to 1,500.
Yeah, and it's a comedy. Yes, it's like it's not really a documentary. And then you guys ended up getting what, number 3?
Yeah, we'll call it. It was really number 4.
I think we're number 3 right now.
We are number 3 right now, currently today. Yeah.
Oh, let's maybe I can look up.
Unless we went back.
We
to
were doing
number
this
4,
with
then pull
how do
this
you
up.
Box Office Mojo? Is that it?
Yeah.
Where they show? Oh, look at that. Latest dailies. You are currently number 3.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice has you crushed. And then for the weekend, you were number 4. Yeah, but today you are number 3. Yeah. Number 3, man.
Deadpool and Wolverine, they don't care. They don't count. They've been out too long. They don't count.
That is kind of crazy. They've been out so long. I enjoyed it. What's the okay? Yeah, well, you're currently number 3. We'll see what happens next weekend. Everybody should bring their friends and family to go see it. I feel like in terms of people who here's what I think is great about this. One of the things we talk about here with building culture, at our other location where we have the smaller skate park, we have a Gadsden flag hanging up. Whenever we film the skateboard stuff, there's no politics in it. We don't have any of our skateboarders say, woo, go Trump. No, that's ridiculous. But the point is, we as individuals producing content someone might enjoy, and with American icons and flags like the Gadsden flag, I want there to be some young guy who likes watching our videos and doesn't care about politics, and he sees that flag, and then one day someone says, hey, that flag's like racist. And they'll be like, what are you talking about? That's stupid. Like, I'm just watching skateboarding, dude. These guys are cool. We want to just normalize American imagery and normal things without preaching to people, you know?
Yeah.
So I think the reason why I bring that up is you bring your friends and family to go see Am I Racist? And what that does is it introduces people to Matt Walsh outside of a political context, an overt political context. Like if someone took a clip from you where you're saying, you know, transgender and gender ideology, these are wrong ideas, they're bad, they don't match with Christianity, and I'm voting for Trump. You send it to your passively liberal aunt or whatever, and she's going to be like, oh, white supremacy. But you bring some family members to watch a comedy film. They watch Matt Walsh. They say, this guy's hilarious. This is really funny. He spilled the plates. This guy's making jokes. Later on, they're going to be like, oh, I like that guy. He's funny. They're more likely to watch and be receptive to other things you may do.
Could not agree more. I think that's exactly the right approach, yeah.
Let's grab some more. Western Body says, sounds like a start to a zombie novel where Trump was implied to be turned into a zombie. I don't remember what that was in reference to. So
probably the chemical attack.
Oh, right. Indeed.
I still think it's, you know, if it's not legitimate, then I think it's rumors created to make people not go to his rallies. I think there is a fear of people seeing Trump in person and being like converted.
I hope it's that because there's going to be a Streisand effect and more people are just.
Well, obviously, I don't want people to suffer. Like getting poured chemicals on you. That's not a good sign.
FTR says, first super chat ever. At this point, who will have taken the most L's by the end of 2024? Trump assassins or Florida State football team? Who's that? I'm not a football guy. Are you a football guy?
I'm a football guy, but I don't follow college football.
Ah, okay.
Professional football.
I saw a funny meme where it was like a guy banging on the ground crying, and it was like the 19-year-olds that compete for my favorite college are losing or something like that. Mm-hmm. I was like, okay, well, you know, I guess is that a bad thing? You know,
it is. I admit that it feels like a fundamentally absurd thing to care about sports. And you know, I watch the NFL. I watch the Ravens. They're my team. I get very emotionally invested if they lose.
The Ravens are your team?
Yeah, Baltimore. Because I'm from Baltimore.
You're from Baltimore?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But when they've lost twice now this year, and I get like really sad, and then I think to myself, why am I sad? These are millionaires playing a game 500 miles away from me. Why is this making me sad that they lost? It means nothing to my life. I don't know, but it does.
Where we are now this is Ravens country. Most people out here are big Ravens fans.
Yeah,
because we're like an hour from Baltimore.
I would have thought Redskins, so that's interesting.
I think there are Redskins fans, but they're pretty mad about the brand change.
Right.
Yeah, Commanders.
Yep.
Sorry. I know that. Look, it's always Redskins to me, just like it's always Twitter to me. Sorry, Elon.
Yeah. So, you know, I have heard a lot when I go play at the poker tables. Usually guys are like, I was a big Redskins fan, but then they complain about woke and they complain about why they did it. And it's like some guys will they'll still wear the Redskins shirts and they're fans. But I would say absolutely Commanders are big out here. At Maryland Live, which is basically Baltimore, they were doing a promo where whenever the Commanders or the Ravens scored a touchdown last weekend, you would earn free stuff, you know, or something like that. So out here, it's those two teams, but I run into more Ravens people than Commanders. All right, Trace Ventura says, big fan of you, Matt. I plan on watching Am I Racist soon. The closest showing is 150 miles away. It's worth every gallon of gas. Keep up the good work, Timcast crew.
Yeah, 150 miles. Don't make excuses.
Is there a plan to put it on Daily Wire Plus?
There's you know, once the theatrical is done, it'll be
like normal rotation, like movies.
Yeah, it's not going to disappear into the ether, I guess.
Right. I would just say you got to see it in theaters. I don't know. You know what I really, really loved was actually I'm in a theater that's full, and when everyone else is laughing, it feels good, man. It feels good to know that in D.C., which is a liberal stronghold, there are people who agree with me on these things. And so I'm sitting in the front and I hear all this laughter and it makes you feel like, you know, we're not losing. We are right. I think one of the challenges we face, like this one kind of brings me down, is that a lot of people are scared to speak up and call it the BS. But when they're all sitting down in that theater in D.C. and they're laughing at the same thing, you know that they agree with you. Mm-hmm. And that feels good.
And I assume people who are supportive of your work, it's better for you if they show up in theater because, like you're saying, pre-sales, or if you want to release another movie in the future, you can point to a body of work and say, look, we had this many thousands of people.
100%. And Tim's right that it's. I think it's a theatrical movie. It's best experienced in theaters, and then also, the cultural impact of staying in theaters and having sustained success in theaters is like it cannot be overstated. So we would ask people to watch in theaters.
Stanley Kong says, "Thank you for making Am I Racist, Matt? My wife and I drove the 70 miles from Canada to watch it in the U.S. I would like to hear what Matt thinks about Tim's island idea in place of the death penalty. Perhaps we'll have this conversation in 10 minutes."
Okay. Well, what is your? Okay, I guess you'll tell me your island idea. I don't know.
The island. I'm serious, completely serious about it. But we'll grab super chats and then we'll talk. And I think you made a comment a while, like a year or two ago, about my views on the death penalty, though. I think you had said something like you didn't agree, but you sort of agreed. Maybe we'll have to redo it.
We're gonna pull tweets. Are we gonna check what the?
No, it was on your show. I think something happened where I can't remember exactly what it was, but I'm pretty sure like you made a comment about my views on the death penalty.
I think I did because you were talking about it, maybe.
Yeah, but and it wasn't overt agreement, but it wasn't outright disagreement. I can't really remember. It's been a long time, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it. All right, Stinky Whizzle Teats, love the name, says there's an article written August 30th before the second attempt on Trump's life that connected one Maxwell Yerrick, who some claim was the real Trump rally shooter, making payments to Ryan Ruth. Weird. I don't know anything about that, guys. Can't really comment on it, but it sounds a little out there, if you ask me. It seems a little, I don't know, not correct, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Greg Duvier says Joe Rogan turned Matt Walsh into a moon landing denier.
Oh, no, he didn't. Look, well, Joe is not even committed to denying the moon landing, so he never. We debated it for like an hour, and he never said that he doesn't. He didn't say he doesn't think it happens. He's open to the idea. But I'm firmly. I was going in, and I'm still a firm believer in the moon landing and a fan of the moon landing. It's one of our greatest achievements.
And I think it unified the country, right? I mean, so many people tuned in to watch it and felt like we had accomplished something.
You mean the Joe Rogan episode with me?
Yes, that is always what I'm talking about.
Okay.
No, I meant the moon landing, but I'm sure this, Am I Racist? It's unifying the country too.
Right, exactly.
Eric Rafko says, Am I Racist is the funniest movie I've seen in years. Laughing to tears, going again tomorrow and bringing others. Can we look forward to another sequel? A threequel?
You know, I do like things in threes, so you never know. You never know what could happen.
Are there any potential subjects you've been thinking about that you can say without spoiling anything?
There are subjects I've thought about.
All right, we'll keep it a secret.
I could say that.
Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret. All right, here we go. LV says, Hi, Matt. Thanks for the movie. Some scenes were so hard to watch, you could hear everyone's reaction. Very good. Very good. Very fun. All right. Katrina Miles says, I am cabin, and I would go insane without my I am cabin? Cayenne, salt, pepper, garlicky, and onion powder, and all other seasonings and hot sauce. I just dump garlic on everything. Like, I use just the whole bottle of garlic powder. There's no such thing as too much garlic. Whole garlic cloves, just right in there.
You got to go with the fresh garlic, because the garlic powder is, you have to use like 10 tablespoons to get any garlic flavor out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You know what I like? I like pizza with whole garlic on the top. Just the garlic cloves or whatever. Yeah. You bake it, and then it becomes soft. Not to mention, anybody who's had a good steak and they give you the black garlic, they what do? They like to the torch to it, and then oof, man, that's great.
Well, when we're debating the death penalty, I'll explain why you should probably get the death penalty for that, for putting
garlic on my steak.
Baking garlic on your pizza. You just said. Right?
Oh, jeez, are you nuts? That's the greatest thing ever.
What
Matt? Do you know what jardinera is?
No.
You see, blasphemy. I'm from Chicago, and I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you.
And Chicago deep dish pizza is awful, by the way.
I agree.
Okay.
That's not what Chicagoans eat. That's tourist pizza. In Chicago, we have what's called square cut tavern style, thin crust. It's a pizza that's cut into squares. It's got little triangle corners. Everybody grew up with that. We know it. And me personally, I love jardinera pizza. Okay, but you guys don't know what that is because you're uncultured. But it's okay. I'm not mad at you for it.
I've done enough episodes of this show to know what it is.
We did get Matt to try a Chicago handshake.
What is that?
Well, apparently this is a less popular thing than I do.
It's a tourist thing.
It's a glass of Malort with an old style.
Oh, okay. That's what that is. You had Malort?
It's like motor oil, basically.
The joke is that Malort is made from the grass growing on the side of I-55.
Tastes like it too. But my only thing about the garlic is you're turning the pizza, into nothing but a delivery mechanism for garlic. But that's you can't do that. That's what I object. I don't like when people do that with their food. It's like when you put so much hot sauce on it that, like, I like hot sauce too, but now all it is just hot sauce.
I'm not saying it's only garlic. It's like, when you put pepperoni into pizza, is it only pepperoni now?
Well, but if you're baking multiple garlic cloves on one slice,
well, like
the garlic is a very pushy ingredient.
Like
it
there's
insists
4 or
on
5,
itself.
little. What are those
Next
things called?
movie on cooking. Next movie on cooking.
I'm telling you, in Chicago, you say I want garlic baked on my pizza, they do it. It's normal, and it's delicious.
This is why Chicago is a disaster.
Jardinera it's jalapenos, cauliflower, carrots, and celery in like oil and vinegar. And
on pizza?
Well, you can put on anything. And so I would say most commonly you see it put on Italian beef sandwiches. So what we do in Chicago is you take a French bread, you put Italian beef in it, then you'll put jardinera, which is that mix I told you, it's oily. Then you take the whole thing on tongs and you dip it into a vat of gravy, and give it a little shake, and that's what you eat. And that's a dipped, Italian beef is what we eat. So I'm sure you've been to Potbelly before.
Yeah.
They sell it, but they call it hot peppers because most people outside of Chicago don't know what jardinera is, so they call it hot peppers. That's basically it. And you put it on pizza, and it bakes into it, and it's delicious. Yeah.
I'm fine with the roast beef thing, but you can't put it on the pizza.
The jardinera mix on pizza?
Yeah, no, you don't put that on pizza.
What do you put on pizza? Pepperoni?
Yes.
Can you put a poll in the chat right now? Ask people if they'd rather you talk about the culinary failures with pizza, like what is okay and what is not,
dude.
or the death penalty.
People.
I feel like these are both contentious
it-
issues.
Matt's wrong. Matt, how dare you? Tim is always right. Tim has done nothing wrong. It's just everyone's.
Well, I can't read that screen right now, so.
No, I think they're saying Tim's crazy. He shouldn't be putting this garbage on his food or something. But I will tell you this: when I am Supreme Chancellor of the planet, cilantro, fennel, anise, caraway, banned, illegal.
So, well, how are you making guacamole without cilantro?
I don't.
Do you have the gene?
Are you a soap person?
Nope. That never. People are like, oh, so I always get asked that, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. Now, cilantro tastes like cilantro. It is a distinct, unique flavor, and it's awful.
That's how I sounded. I was like, oh, so you have the cilantro?
That's you.
That's how I talk.
That's
Yeah.
right. All right. Matthew Martin says, Tim, did you just rip off I Want My City Back from Dickie Barrett's other band? You mean The Defiant? Let's face it, it's better than the impression that I get. Man, what a classic song. Dickie Barrett is amazing. Shout out to Dickie Barrett and his band, The Defiant. Shout out to Pete Parada. Pete plays the drums in our new song. So go to Buy Coming Home, pre-order the song, and, see, this is kind of what we're talking about. The songs that we've put out, a couple of them are in no way, any way related at all to politics. Together Again, obviously, was kind of a jokey song. We were teaming up with Jeremy and Michael. Smokey Mike and the God King, sorry. And then Only Ever Wanted was really just like the first release we did. We were like, we want no politics. And then, I'm sorry, actually, Will of the People was the first. And Will of the People, none of the songs that we put out just say things like, this country is bad for this reason and your ideas are bad for that reason. Will of the People is just telling the story of a guy who grows up, becomes a revolutionary, creates a revolution, takes the country over, and then is killed as a tyrannical leader by a new revolution. So it's always, we always try to stay away from being overt. This next song we're putting out is clearly political, referencing rioting, destruction, homelessness, failed policies. We don't say it. It's just literally saying, I'm coming home and I see all this stuff around me. How has it gotten to this point? And it's meant to be for anybody who feels that way. All right. Goblin D says, Matt, love what you do. When will your movie be available on the Daily Wire? Me and the wife would love to watch it in a theater, but we have a 1-year-old, so no fun for us.
Yeah, we don't have timelines on that stuff right now. But like I said, when it's out of theaters, it's not going to disappear. So
Can I also say that if you have a 1-year-old child, it's actually essential that you go see this in theaters. And you'll see this in a scene with a lovely lady named Kate Slater. But it's never too early to start the anti-racist work, especially with children under the age of 3.
it's very urgent. You got to.
When she talks about white princesses, but then you mention your daughter likes Moana, and it creates a paradox, and it like her brain gets a dial tone. People got to go see that movie to understand. I don't want to spoil too much, but I'm just like, you got to see. It's good. All right. Josh, oh my gosh, says, hey, Matt, my boss at work is a Democrat that doesn't like you. I saw your movie and I loved it. Can you do a shout out for my favorite boss, Josh, or my Josh favorite boss, so I can show him I bet October surprise will be a false flag attempt on Harris. Okay, I think he's asking you to say shout out to Josh's boss.
Hey guys, I gotta stop the stream.
Uh,
Guys, I gotta stop the stream. I have to go into an emergency teleconference call. So, this fake news about Georgia here. Sorry, Captain Bradford, I really don't agree. In fact, I think it's very dangerous news. I'm gonna have to go talk about this right now in a conference, and then I'm gonna go on the air tomorrow with John B. Wells and talk about how this is the controlled opposition propaganda to make us think we're gonna have a fair election in Georgia. Okay? I cannot let these people get away with this. So I'll be back. I have to end the stream.